Chelsea, y'all ready? I call this meeting to order. The Effingham County Planning Board meeting of September 10th, 2024 is now in session. I'd like to welcome everyone here tonight. We're going to begin this meeting with a word of prayer. We're going to follow the prayer with the Pledge of Allegiance, and we'd like to ask that everyone who can, please stand for both. We ask Mr. Ryan Thompson to open us.
Sure. Thank you, Dave. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for the opportunity that we have as citizens of Effingham County, citizens of the state of Georgia, and citizens of this great country we live in, to come together peacefully to discuss topics that are in the agenda and on items of concern within our citizenry. Please help us all remember that we are here as a group of like-minded and concerned citizens, and please give us wisdom to make the best recommendations we can for this county.
Yes, Lord.
Also, Lord, please be with all those that protect us both domestically and abroad. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. So, Gary, we have some people in the overflow room, and did you explain to them that they'll be watching it live? That they'll have an opportunity to speak whenever the item is called? We'll get a chance. Thank you. All right, on the agenda, are there any items to?
Yes, sir. Item 14, Hunter McLean, is postponed to the October 8th Planning Board. And item 16, Neil McKenzie, Goshen Road, is postponed to October 8th Planning Board.
So item 14, Hunter McLean, care of Josh Allen's agent for Casey Hindley. This is located on Sand Hill Road, and Neil McKenzie is agent for Nick Finland. This is located on Goshen Road. These two items will not be heard tonight. And there was another item that was, I believe, removed.
The Ron Station.
And the Ron Station Road, just in case anyone's here, that one is not on the agenda. It will be on October 8th.
Yes, sir.
Questions, comments, discussion, call for a motion to approve this agenda.
Motion to approve with items 14 and 16 removed and postponed to October 8th and 16.
Have a motion to approve it. Second, Mr. Zipper. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Minutes from 8:13. Any discussion?
Very thorough.
Call for a motion to approve these minutes.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. There's a second? Second. Second, Mr. Smith. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried by all. So tonight, as we begin calling the agenda items, we will open it up for staff to make a report. And after they make their report, then the applicant will have an opportunity to come up and speak. After the applicant comes up and speaks, then anyone else who wishes to speak, either in favor or against, will have an opportunity to speak. Our next Board of Commissioners meeting is October 1st?
Yes.
October 1st, so all items heard tonight that we take that are either approved as well as denied will move forward to the commissioners. This board it's the Planning and Zoning Board, but it's a recommendation board. And so what you'll hear tonight is you're going to hear a lot of discussion about the rules and ordinances of Effingham County and whether or not these applications meet it or do not. So after our motion will simply be a recommendation, and the commissioners may listen agree and they may disagree. We'd like to ask that everyone who wishes to speak, that when you come forward to the podium, that you would state your name as well as sign your name for the record. These meetings are being taped. And we would like to ask that you try to keep your comments as concise, you know, and if someone before you's covered what you had to say, then, you know, it's okay to just agree with them. Not a lot of repetition if we can avoid it. So, but everyone obviously will have an opportunity to speak if they so choose. What'd I miss?
That's it.
Good.
We'll start off with old business. We had an item that was tabled. This is a public hearing for Mr. Darrell Bozeman, request a variance from ordinance section 6.2.3 to allow for a reduction in an accessory structure setback located at 109 Lexus Court, and this is the 5th District. Ms. Chelsea?
Yes, sir. So this item was originally heard before you on August 13th, 2024. Again, the applicant is requesting a variance to allow for the reduction in an accessory structure setback. Staff, again, did conduct a site visit, and the accessory structure to the fence that is currently out there is measured at 3.5 feet. So the variance will be for 1.5 feet. The ordinance does call that an accessory structure must be at least 5 feet from the side property line. So this variance will be for 1.5 feet. If approved, the variance will comply with ordinance criteria.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any discussion at this time? Yes, ma'am. Is there any, yes, ma'am. Would you like to speak? Yes, ma'am. Could you come to the podium, please?
Sheila Bozeman.
Good evening. So at our last meeting, there was a discussion about a survey. Is there any new information on a survey? Or
Not that we did, no.
We
You
did.
guys said that you were gonna go out, back out maybe and re-inspect or resurvey. I did not, no. We
to
did
Mr. Candler, there was some discussion on
I
the
have a
survey.
lot of information on that.
All right, lay it on us.
So, thanks to Miss Amber, who also spoke at the public hearing, she went out and looked for any individual surveys that had been done. There were some surveys I know next door that were done, but none of them had been recorded. And then the proposed survey that had been done by the POA company was never surfaced. And then there was, I think, some conversations about moving markers. Those were not done. We found the markers that were needed to when Elizabeth went out there. And they were according to the recorded plat for the final subdivision. So she did a lot of work for us. Amber, wherever you are, thank you. Oh, there you are. Thank you. Yeah, she did a lot of work. Now, some of the lines don't match up on the sides, but on the back and in the front, they do. Now, there is a survey that still exists. If it gets recorded, that will be a standard besides the final plat that we can use for going out there and doing some more research.
Thank you, sir.
Is it recorded?
Any questions?
Okay, it's in the process of getting recorded.
Thank you. Ms. Bozeman, do you have anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
So, is that a yes? Is that a no? Or
We'll see if anyone else wishes to speak, and then we'll
Okay.
take action. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Amber Dombey, again, hold on. So I do have pictures of the structure, if I can approach
We
the board.
had pictures last time.
I've got pictures of the structure
Not these,
itself,
yeah.
Oh, not
These you can see.
if I can approach.
Sure.
Okay. So, I'm gonna use this because we're in the middle. So, this is the shed. This is 109 property. This is 107. This is the line from when
it was surveyed. Okay. Now you can see the shed overhangs, and it comes within inches of our property. There's actually a piece of concrete here that overlaps with our property. And this is from a different angle, so you can see the shed over here. That's their, that's our property, that's theirs. That's a line from the top of the boundary marker to the top of the boundary marker, way far back. And again, you can see the roof line of the shed goes over the property.
But the fence is not on the line. The fence is not over the line.
The fence is not, but this is regarding the shed, so. I'll move it down. So again, our property, theirs,
I think it was
this is the boundary marker going down, and you can see their shed comes in within inches of our property. And if we draw a line straight down from the shed, the overhang of the shed is over our property. And again, this is a different angle, so this is the shed. This is from the top of the boundary marker to the top of the boundary marker. If you draw a line, again, you're over the line with.
Could you show both of them at the same time, please?
So, this is one image, this is the original, and we marked it up. This is their property, this is ours. This is from the top of the boundary line to the top of the boundary line, because there's markers on there still. And you can see their shed, right there, overhangs our property. And on this one, the other angle, this was a screen that had been woven from property marker to property marker. And this is ours.
So it's a civil matter.
You've got the shed coming within inches of our property.
I don't know.
You've got the overhang of the shed
Steve that.
over our property.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, can we come back to order, please? Yes, ma'am. Do you have any additional comments? Okay. Any discussion? Questions?
So are we off her property line or not? Is she saying our shed, the shed, not the shed itself, but the overhang of the shed
The overhang.
in the air?
The overhang is over the property line. The corner of the shed is right on the way it's, according to the picture, the way it's oriented.
And what does the survey say? Not her pictures.
There is no survey, there's only a final plat.
So what does the final plat say?
3.5 feet variance request that it's, Chelsea.
Sheila.
So it would be 1.5 feet for the variance.
So the building foundation is 3.5 feet off the property line.
Correct.
So there's no way the roof overhangs 3.5 feet.
No, it doesn't.
No, the
No.
roof does not overhang 3.5 feet. It's, I think
Overhangs
Miss
2
Amber's
inches.
saying that it's 2 inches.
It overhangs 2 inches.
No, I'm saying the overhang off the wall does not overhang. The roof itself does not come off the building wall 3.5 feet.
Right.
She's really asking for a variance for a setback, not a
Right.
roof overhang.
The applicant.
The applicant.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Is there any further discussion? I call for a
I'm
motion.
going to make a motion to approve the variance.
Motion for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Once again, this is a recommendation to the county commissioners. So, good evening,
Okay.
which will be on October 1st.
Okay, thank you.
We'll move on to new business. Candace Neese, as agent for Rhonda Floyd, requests a variance from ordinance section 3.21.1 to allow for occupation of a RV camper located at 271 Pecan Grove Boulevard, Zone AR1. It's the first district. Ms. Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So again, the applicant is requesting that variance to allow for the occupation of an RV camper. This is an active code enforcement case, and the applicant is working to come into compliance. The applicant is actually asking to put the residential dwelling on the adjacent property, which is a family member at 259 Pecan Grove Boulevard. But in order to do that, they would like to reside in the camper while that is happening. So if approved, this variance will meet the criteria of the ordinance. Staff does suggest adding conditions such as the time limit for living in the camper.
Do you know what that is?
Typically 12 months.
12 months.
How long have they been there? How long have they been in violation?
I would have to look that up for you, and I can. I know we met with them in July, so.
Okay.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor of this request or against? Discussion from the board.
Yeah, I guess I do have a clarification. So the code violation was the camper? That was the code violation?
Yes, sir.
As part of their application, did they allude to that they are willing to accept a year limitation or 6 months or whatever we put? Because they're saying it's not a stick-built structure they're planning to put, right? It's a.
Right, when we had our technical review committee meeting, they were made aware that the time limit is typically 12 months, and they were okay with that. Now, again, I'm not sure if they're here or not, but.
Any further discussion? Call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve, but with the following condition that there's a 1 year, 12-month limitation for the variance to allow for the establishment of the primary dwelling, and at such time the RV, once that's established, the RV can no longer be a residence.
Motion to approve. Is there any discussion? Call for a second.
I'll second it.
Second, Mrs. Zipper. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Item 2 is a public hearing for Rachel McDowell, request a variance from ordinance section 5.2.1.1 to allow for reduction in minimum road frontage in AR2 located at 3714 Knoll C. Conway Road. This is the second district. Ms. Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So again, the applicant is requesting the variance for the reduction in minimum road frontage. AR2 zoning, I do have that in your staff report. The parcel meets the criteria for the acreage. However, it only has approximately 170.12 feet of road frontage. And based on the interpretation of the ordinance, each dwelling must have the required 100 feet of road frontage along the, for the required acreage. So a variance is needed for 30 feet of road frontage here. If approved, this variance will meet the criteria of the ordinance.
Did you say it has to have 100 and it has 172?
So each home
Each
in
home,
AR2
okay.
has to have 100 feet. Yes, sir.
So all these lots are pretty similar, so I'm assuming they're non-conforming?
So they're conforming AR2 lots. However, based on the AR2 ordinance, if you have more than one home, you have to have the 100 feet of road frontage per home.
One home behind the other.
I mean, typically we look at that as like when you're subdividing, that's the minimum standard to subdivide, right? But now we allow for 2 on the AR2.
On the AR2, if they have the acreage and they have the road frontage.
Okay, so is there a staff opinion of a hardship to justify the variance?
So because these are, these lots do not have, they are, AR2 conforming lots, but they do not have the frontage, that I think that is where the hardship is.
And one house
just
is
the way-
located directly behind the other house?
Right, yes, sir. So, but it still would need that 100, extra 100 feet of frontage.
You'd have to have 200 feet.
Right, correct.
So in my opinion, Ryan, to answer your question too, if it was a smaller AR2 lot, it might have more impact by having 2 residences on it than the dimensions of these lots. So I think that you're not necessarily overcrowding that general vicinity. If you have the limit of the 2 houses on there, there's suitable soils there. They've gone through DPH. If it would have been maybe 2 acres or something like that, then that might be a valid discussion.
Thank you. Is Ms. McDowell or a representative here for her tonight? Yes, ma'am.
What is the parcel?
Yes, ma'am. Can I get you to state your name and sign your name, please?
Oh, yes, hi, I'm Rachel McDowell.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Did you have anything you'd like to add to what was said already?
I just was going to add a personal touch to it, I guess, which is that the second home is really just like a very small home for my mom. She is elderly. She is currently living on her own somewhere that she really cannot be for much longer. She does not have anywhere else to go. My house is not big enough to accommodate her. She's stable enough that she can live in her own space with my support, like with her in my backyard, but not in my house. So that's all that we're trying to do.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this request? Any further discussion from the board? I'll call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve the variance.
A motion for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mr. Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Good luck. Item 3 is a public hearing for Jake Patrick, request a variance from ordinance section 5.2.1.1 to allow for reduction in minimum road frontage in AR2 located at 375 Riverside Drive. That's the 3rd district. Ms. Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So, somewhat similar to the last one. However, the applicant is subdividing the property, and to have that 1 acre of suitable soil for the state septic requirements and access to Riverside Drive, the applicant is requesting a variance of 70 feet. As you can see here, track 4 and track 5, their frontage along Riverside Drive is only 30 feet, which is where the variance for 70 feet does come in. In AR2, it does need to be 100, so if this variance is approved, it will meet the criteria of the ordinance.
This looks like an easement.
Any discussion? Is Jake Patrick, our representative here tonight?
All right, y'all, Jake Patrick. So we looked at this and met with Steve and Chelsea and Samantha on a couple different options. We was trying to do an easement splitting the lots on the main L shape that you see coming down, with a 60-foot easement there. If we'd went that route, we wouldn't have had to come back for a variance because we already got the zoning for it, but figured it'd be cleaner to do the flag lots was the concept behind it. So we do have 4.71 acres, all approved soils, 1+ acre site on each one. I've already got 1 home here on one of them, so the other 3 was trying to make 3 additional home sites, which I think is, something that the county needs is some 1 acre sites is kind of what we're pushing for versus the smaller lots.
All right. Any questions or comments at this time?
So Riverside Drive is a county road, but it's on like a prescriptive easement or something like that. There's not a right of way on it.
I believe that's correct. So it's a dirt road all the way through. Comes off Old Louisville.
Correct. This was a result of a TRC meeting that where he came and approached us and we sat down. This is what we came up with.
What are the side yard setbacks in this district?
For AR2, 15 feet.
Okay.
It's been rezoned.
So the front, the sides, and the back setbacks are plenty far enough. Even on lot one, there's an existing garage that was there, and that's, the setbacks are in variance with that as well.
Okay.
But there's no dwellings on lots 2, 4, and 5.
Correct.
So is this was rezoned back in 22?
I believe that's correct.
Gotcha.
Beginning of 23 or 22, somewhere in that area.
All right. Any further discussion this time? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? No further discussion. I'll call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion for approval. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, Mrs. Zipper. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Item 4 is a public hearing for Ben Smith, request to rezone 11.4 acres from AR1 to AR2 to allow for subdivision to create new home sites located at 155 Chester Thomas Road, District 3rd District. Ms. Chelsea?
Yes, sir. So the applicant is requesting to rezone the 11.4 acres to create new home sites. The applicant was working to get a survey done to show exactly how many home sites and the soil work to know exactly how many he could fit. But he did want to do as many as possible for that area, depending on the soil work. So for AR2, lots that are served by private well and septic do have to have, they do have to be at least 1 acre. So based on the soil work, they will have to be at least 1 acre lots. Currently, as you can see, there are 7 lots with frontage to Highway 21. And these 7 lots are approximately 2 acres each, just for reference. Access to these proposed lots would be from Chester Thomas Road. And staff has reviewed the application, and if approved, it will meet the criteria of the current ordinance. And I did, if you're looking at your staff report, I did apply some conditions there. Access to highway, any access to Highway 21 would require encroachment permit through GDOT. Of course, any access to Chester Thomas would require an encroachment permit. And then based on the number of lots, due to the soil work, would either require a preliminary plat approval by the Board of Commissioners or a plat reviewed and signed by Development Services staff.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Chelsea, it says the future land use map has this parcel projected as agriculture. What does that mean?
It does. Let me show you. So there, if you're looking at the map to your right, is our future land use map. So all of these parcels are projected as agricultural, and simply because this is somewhat, it's north of 119. So a lot of these parcels, even though they are residential and they are subdivided, they don't have, the water and sewer to them, the infrastructure to them. So that is why they are considered agricultural as well.
So does that mean 5 acres, or what does that mean?
So definitely something staff is still working on when it comes to defining zoning districts. We have seen lots subdivided as low as 1 acre in agricultural areas since the future land use map has been adopted. So really at this point, I think it's based on whether the infrastructure is in place.
I thought there was discussion where it was like 5 acres north, a minimum of 5 acres. And I just remember that over there out of Guyton on Louisville Road, that discussion.
So AR1 would require to be 5 acres, absolutely. But for AR2, it does not.
Gotcha.
What's the, I know we've had a few variances come forward in previous months related to maximum number of lots off of a private access easement. And I know they're not proposing the subdivision right now, but I think it needs to be clear what that standard is so they understand that when it comes forward.
Yes, sir. So for an access easement, it's 3 lots.
Okay.
However, if they go through the process to have the easement turn into a private road, which is a little different, different standards, then that 3 lot minimum does not apply.
Right. Well, okay.
Is Mr. Smith our representative here tonight?
Ben Smith. I have copies of the soil report and what we're looking at doing. If I thought you had gotten them, but I didn't.
No, sir.
Would you like me to bring them to you?
And then actually, if you'll also take them over to Kimberly.
Has it told us yet? I mean, we held Ella Skinner to the fire over, I don't know what the commissioners did. Remember?
That was.
All right, sir, can you just tell us what your plan is, please?
To subdivide this into 7 lots, 2 with access off of Chester Thomas and the 60-foot right away to the other 5.
So I guess tonight is just a rezoning?
Yes.
Yes,
and
the
then you'll come
rezoning
back
from
and do-
AR1 to AR2, yes, sir. So, because this is 7 lots, and our new subdivision regulation has been approved by the Board of Commissioners, this would have to go before the Board of Commissioners for the preliminary plat to be approved.
So that easement is going to be a private road?
Yes.
Yes.
So the difference between a private road and easement is just have to be paved?
So the subdivision ordinance does define when you do a minor subdivision, which is what this is, so more than 5 lots but less than 10, you do have standards to adhere to for a road. So ditches, it can be
Gravel doesn't have to be
gravel, right.
paved. Right.
But higher standards than just an access easement for a simple subdivision.
And a dirt road, yeah, higher standards.
Even if you have the 2 lots coming off of 2 driveways coming off of Chester Thomas, so that would leave 5.
We'll look at that when you give us a preliminary plat.
Yeah, I mean, and I'll just, just say, for your information, I mean, and this
I
is
would have
just-
held on to the paper and not handed it out and done the rezoning.
Yeah, I mean, it
Okay.
is just a rezoning. I mean, it doesn't matter what's on that paper. I mean, and I don't have a problem with it going to AR2. But I will, and I don't know what the commissioners did. It may be a good question to ask, but there was one similar over on Old Louisville. The future land use map didn't support it going smaller. And I don't know what they did, but nothing yet. So that's a discussion. I mean, there has been discussion about the land use map being 5 acres and up above Springfield. So, just to let you know that maybe it's not 1 acre lots. But they are 2 zoning. I don't see that as a problem, personally. So, any further discussion at this time? Anyone else wish to speak, either in favor or against?
So, Mr. Chair, just a reminder, I know that she put it in your report, but this is, AR1, AR2 was not covered under the Commissioner's moratorium on 820.
Yeah.
All right, you're saying now that you're gonna consider rezoning it to 11 1-acre lots?
Not, that,
I'm just
No,
trying to
sir.
understand which way they'd be configured, where would the road be? Would it be back door to my back door? I don't understand how it's gonna be.
So
broken
what,
up.
so what he's asking tonight is to change it from AR1 to AR2, and that's it. He's not presenting a plan of how he's going to subdivide it. That'll be done at another,
So we'll be called again?
yes, sir. So he,
That's what
this
I
is
wanna
the
know.
first step. I mean, he has to get this step to be able to divide
Okay,
it
I just,
smaller
like I
than
said, I
5
wanted to
acres.
know if it was, this was gonna be the end of it. I just wanna make sure we
He
understood
pre-
that we're gonna come
he-
back.
He presented a drawing.
Yes, sir.
And it may be accepted and it may not.
Okay, that's fine. You got what I needed. Thanks so much.
Ma'am? Sir, could I get your name?
Mark Lavin.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve with staff recommendation.
Motion for approval, is there a second?
Second.
Second, Mrs. Zipper, all's in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Item 5 is a public hearing for Christopher L. Murphy as agent for the Harold A. Dickerson Revocable Living Trust. Request to rezone plus or minus 4.25 acres from AR1 to AR2 to allow for subdivision to create new home sites located at 4397 Old Dixie Highway South. This is the 3rd District.
Yes,
Chelsea.
yes, sir. So the applicant again is requesting to rezone the 4.25 acres to create 3 home sites that you can see here on this triangular shaped parcel. This parcel is currently a non-conforming AR1 lot. So creating these new parcels, not only will they have to be AR2 because they are less than the 5-acre threshold, but it will also bring these parcels into zoning conformance. If approved, it will meet the criteria of the current ordinance, and then the conditions would be that a plat would need to be approved and signed by Development Services and then recorded for the zoning to take effect, and then all new encroachments onto Old Dixie Highway must be approved by Effingham County.
Can I ask a question about that condition about the plat being recorded? I understand, I think the process that the 3 lots wouldn't be allowed, but in order for the zoning to take place, the plat has to be recorded, a new plat has to be recorded?
Yes, sir. So for this zoning to take effect, because right now it's a non-conforming AR1, but since they are moving property lines, for this zoning to take effect and for them to be able to put the 3 homes that they would like, they would have to have this plat signed and recorded before the zoning would take effect on the zoning map.
I guess I'm confused. I mean, if it's zoned to AR2 and they never subdivide it, then it's a conforming AR2 lot at 4.67 acres.
It will not become AR2 until that plat is recorded. That is what the condition, that's what that condition, it would be AR1 until the plat is recorded, and then it would become AR2.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Chris Murphy of Corellis Murphy Law. I don't have much to add. I feel like it's fairly straightforward. I'm going to have 3 new home sites. It's 4.25-ish acres. There's currently 1 home on the property. We'd like to have 3. I feel like it would be a net benefit to the county with how much housing we need. Each lot is over an acre, and there's a pond on one, so you'll see a little access easement that has to go across to get around the pond. But otherwise, I think she covered most of it.
So there is a home there, so it'll be an additional, basically 2 lots, 2 new homes.
Correct. And I don't know if he intends to keep the current home. He might put 3 new homes, but currently, yes, yeah.
Wow. And if it's got 100 foot of frontage, it's potentially 2 on each lot. Right.
It also has to meet the acreage. So it can't just be the frontage for 2 homes in AR2. It also has to have the current acreage.
They don't have the acres, right? They each be over an acre. Oh, I guess what you're saying, the additional, the 1 might be, okay.
All right, any other discussion? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak either in favor or against this request? Discussion from the board.
Pretty straightforward.
I mean, so this is different from the previous one because he's showing a division? I mean, are we approving the subdivision, this plan?
So this is a minor subdivision because it is less than 5 lots. But right now, you are just approving the zoning. So, again, the zoning wouldn't take place until the plat was recorded.
But if we approve the zoning, then this survey is going to be recorded.
Right, and this is what they have submitted to us while waiting for the zoning to go forward.
So the subdivision will take place at this vote, if it's voted.
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess I'll make my same point as last time. I mean, there was discussion about larger acreage with the future land use map over on Old Louisville Road. If we're gonna be consistent, I think we gotta be consistent.
So they wouldn't have to come back since it's gonna be a small subdivision?
Right, because it is less than 5 lots, it would be staff level.
Any further discussion? Call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion for approval, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Opposed, motion carries 4-1. Thank you, sir.
Who opposed?
Item 6, a public hearing for Kevin Usher, request to rezone 7.625 acres from AR1 to AR2 to allow for subdivision located at 701 Log Landing Road. This is the 4th district, Ms. Chilson.
Yes, sir. So, again, similar to the last couple items, the applicant is requesting to rezone the 7.625 acres from AR2, or to AR2, excuse me, to create 3 new home sites. There are currently 2 homes on this parcel that will be subdivided, and then the applicant would like to have a home placed on the 3rd parcel. Due to these parcels being less than 5 acres, they would have to be rezoned to AR2. Should this be approved, it will meet the criteria of the current ordinance.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Any discussion this time? Is there anyone else? So is there a, Mr. Usher, or a representative here tonight? Good evening.
The surveyor told me the road already separates the 2 acres across the road. I don't know if that's right or not, but what I want is 2 homes. I want to divide it into 2 acres and 2.5 acres where the homes are. I don't know what to do with the land across the road. That's wetlands.
Gotcha. So you got 2 homes that are gonna be on individual lots?
Yeah, I have a survey already if you want to look at it.
I think we have it, yes, sir.
Okay.
So, yes, sir, it's on the
Yeah.
screen, it's on the screen,
Okay.
that's right. All right, sir. Any questions at this time?
I don't think so.
You don't have any questions? You sure?
I'll try not to.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against? Call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion for approval, is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Item 7 is a public hearing. Alex Long requests to rezone 70 acres from AR1 to AR2 to allow for subdivision to create new home sites located on Midland Road. It's the 1st district. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. So the applicant is requesting to rezone the 70 acres to AR2. This will be for residential development consisting of 8 lots. The proposed development will be served by private well and septic systems, and access for this minor subdivision will be from Midland Road. As you can see here, the surrounding parcels are zoned AR1, and then that light green is AR2. Should this application be approved, it will meet the criteria of the current ordinance. And there is.
Is that it?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Any discussion this time? Yes, sir.
Oh, good evening, Alex Long. So what you have before you tonight is a rezoning request for 8 residential lots on 70 acres. The lots range in size from about 3 to 4 acres to 26 at the largest. There's a growing need for a lot of residential lots, but a lot of things that are brought before you all aren't the larger lots, and this creates an estate community with access off of Midland Road. Each home will be privately served with individual well and septic tanks. We've had all of our soil work and everything done as well as a wetland delineation of the property. So what you have before you is also what will be brought for a sketch plan to staff if the rezoning is approved.
All right. Any discussion?
I guess a question, the road that will be built will be a private road that'll be built to the county standards?
Correct.
And what are those standards for this road?
For a minor subdivision, it's a 60-foot easement. The other standards, I'm not, I'd have to look.
So it does need to, it needs to have, ditches, it can be paved, it can be gravel, it needs to be, higher standards than your typical easement.
So this is the minor subdivision, which
Yes,
is
sir.
10
So-
lots or less?
Anything, yep, so 6 to 9 is your minor subdivision.
6 to 9.
Technically, it's a rezoning,
For a minor subdivision.
not a subdivision.
Right, we're just
It's a rezoning.
Yeah, that's true.
You're seeing a picture that is distractive.
That's right.
But if
We have-
rezoned,
we have
yes,
not
we will
been
meet
anything-
we will meet all of the
Yeah.
standards for that'll come back before you guys, but yes, we will meet all of those standards at sketch plan. But just to give you an idea of what we're trying to accomplish with that, 8 lots is the max we're looking to put on the acreage.
Fair enough.
Would you be good with a condition that limited it to a number of lots?
You can limit it to 8.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Long.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this request? Yes, sir.
Object to it.
Come on up.
Yeah, I'm William Vandiver, and I own property right across the road from where he's proposing this. And I think it's too low a property. I own land right across the road from it, and it's low ground, and I believe it will negatively affect my property. And I believe it will cause more water to stand on my place. So I object to it for that, and for tax purposes, my property, little piece of lowland there, was 3 times as much as it was last year's taxes. And I think it's gonna make it jump up further, so. And those reasons I object to it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Vandiver. If
Thank
if this is approved, he will have to engineer this, right?
Yes, sir, so he'll have to come before, the Board of Commissioners with a preliminary plat.
Yeah. All right. Anyone else wish to speak on this item?
Hi, I'm Kevin Edwards, and I'm going to speak on behalf of the gentleman that was just up here. We've looked at a lot of different items happening through the county over the past couple of years, and I know I'm from District 3. District 3 has normally been farmland, homesteads, that kind of thing, and we're starting to see more and more of these properties be cut down. I've watched a lot of that tonight, and pretty much just kept my silence and watched it because this is my first time here. I'm trying to learn your processes, and I appreciate you being so detailed in what's going on. I think with adding these 8 properties, I'm glad that they're looking at these larger properties now for some of these houses instead of these R1 areas that take a lot of our rights away. I do have a question. When you're going AR1, are we still looking at HOAs being enforced in some of these AR1 locations, or does that take that out of the equation altogether? Those are, we've got residents who've been here a long time. I'm going to assume he's been here for quite some time with the property that he's got. And right now, honestly, as a citizen of Effingham County for a long time, I feel like our county's being sold out from under us, just taking our land away from us, especially with a lot of things that aren't on the agenda tonight that I'll hold my tongue for until they come up.
Thank you.
I think we need to take a closer look at these ARs. We need to make those lots a little bit larger. I would say minimum 3 acres, just being real. Allow our homesteaders to actually have something to homestead on. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Tim Hutchings, and I'm actually going to speak in favor of Alex on this. I'd be doing backflips if this was next to my house. This is exactly the type of development that we should be encouraging in these areas. This is, you know, low impact, high benefit. This is going to be $600,000 plus houses. So you've got low infrastructure use with high tax basis on large lots. This property actually drains to the Ogeechee Run, and I know this because I looked at land across Midland from it. So it's not going to drain to any other properties. Any drainage is going to go right to the Ogeechee Run anyway. Again, this is a perfect balance where we want some development, but the development should fit the area, and this is exactly what we should be promoting in this area.
Thank you, Mr. Hutchings. Anyone else wish to speak? And I will say again, I mean, if this is approved, he will have to engineer it. I mean, so it will be engineered for drainage. Any discussion from the board?
I would just say, if, I'm not assuming a motion about to be made, but if there is, I think we should consider something to give a limitation to it, since AR2 would allow for potentially a lot more lots than are being proposed based off that acreage.
I agree. I'm fine with that, and so is the applicant, so, yeah. Call for a motion.
I will make a motion to recommend approval with staff's conditions, as well as a limitation, a recommendation for a limitation of 8 total lots being created with the subdivision, future subdivision.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Any discussion?
No.
Call for a second.
I'll second it.
Second, Mrs. Zipper. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Item number 8 is public hearing for Brian Quigley as agent for Jeremy Neese. Request to rezone 102.69 acres from I-1 to LI to allow for revisions of conditions located on US Highway 80, 1st District. Ms. Chelsea?
Yes, sir. So at the June 20th, 2023 Board of Commissioners meeting, the rezoning to industrial was approved, and it had a long list of conditions, and those conditions are listed on your staff report. Tonight, the applicant is coming before you to revise one of those conditions, and that condition is that the 300-foot buffer along Georgia Road, they would like it to read that a berm designed in compliance with the current Effingham County Code of Ordinances at a minimum height of 20 feet shall exist within a 200-foot buffer along the property line adjacent to Georgia Road. And then all other conditions would remain in place. So should this be approved, it will meet the criteria of the current ordinance, and then all of the conditions are the same with the exception of adding that one that they are requesting.
So at present, there's a 300-foot buffer?
At present, when they come for site plan, they have to adhere to a berm within the 300-foot buffer along George Road.
And that buffer height is?
It does not specifically say.
300-foot buffer that requires no berm.
Well, it was a specific condition. It was offered up, and it was a specific condition. It was 300 feet with a berm.
Yeah, I guess there was no height put on it?
I thought there was, but
I thought there was too. I guess maybe, anyway. All right, is the Mr. Quigley our representative here?
Hello, my name is Brian Quigley, and I'm the contract purchaser of this 102-acre parcel. And I've had it under contract now for about a year, and have been to sketch plan approval. And thank you for that explanation, by the way, because when I saw rezoning, it's already zoned light industrial. So I didn't understand why we're changing the zoning or going for a rezoning. Anyway, what I'm trying to do is build 3 industrial buildings. And my original plan had them parallel to I-80. And that didn't sit well with the neighbors. And so Commissioner Floyd and I met with the neighbors maybe 6 months ago, 5 months ago, early spring. And we talked about the plan that I came up with and why it was not going to be acceptable to the neighbors. And so what we've got here is a plan that's a compromise. And so all of the docks face away from the neighbors on George Road. And we still get about 1 million square feet of rentable space, which makes the project somewhat viable. You know, I prefer my old plan. I think that would lease better and it would be a much more valuable project, but it wasn't acceptable to the neighbors on George Road. So change the site plan, and what I'm asking for now is a reduction in the setback to 200 feet from 300 feet in exchange for a taller berm, from an undefined berm height to a 20-foot high berm.
So you agree that there is no defined height on the berm in the 300-foot buffer at present?
It's not called out in the, so the conditions are very clear, and it's not called out, the height is not called out of the berm in the conditions that were part of the rezoning back in 2022.
So your proposal is to reduce the buffer to 200 feet and do a 20-foot berm?
That's exactly right, yes.
Chelsea, what's the ordinance say, Chelsea?
Let me double check that for you.
So it's 200 feet at 20, and then if you reduce it to 150, it goes up.
25, I think, but I just want to make sure. I think 200 is 16, not 20. We'll see.
Well,
She's looking it up as we speak.
Yeah.
20.
20 is better.
Yeah, 20 is better.
20 is great. It's 20.
That 4 feet was for the previous berm.
So is there any
is that what-
further discussion this time?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am.
So the ordinance does read that for a 200-foot buffer, it would be 16-foot high berm. The applicant is offering the 20-foot berm.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Quigley.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this request? Yes, sir.
I'm Dennis Hales. We come here a lot.
Yes, sir. I think this is a record for a number of times this one's been
Yes,
up there.
I just wrote down some things. I know when it was agreed for them to build a big warehouse, there was things like all the traffic was going to be on the other side of the now there's roads on this side of it and parking on it. They said they were going to leave all the trees. The trees are big trees, and they're a good buffer for what's on it. I see it where it says 25-foot undisturbed now. So there's trees in there, big oak trees that are 40-something feet out from the property line. We done been through containers trying to be on this property, and that got shot down by a commissioner that happened to have an office in a industrial park, and that's where they belong. And now we went to this warehouse, and it doesn't work. And Mr. Quigley, we met with him, and he's a nice man. I mean, we met on our street with him and with our commissioner. And this, it's just not, you know, you agree with one thing, and that's the only reason they actually got that warehouse. They were 300 foot out. Everything was on the other side of it. We weren't going to have lights shining in our house. And it was just, and the trees were going to be left alone. And I don't think all that's happening now. And because you got traffic on both sides of the warehouse now. The trucks are on the other side, and that's the change. And Mr. Quigley told us that he couldn't afford to develop this property with two warehouses. So they got to have them all three. If they did two on it, they could move it back like they was going to do in the first place, and it wouldn't be a problem. So I just think once you agree on something, and the only reason they got it, we fought this thing hard, was, and it came down to the chairman casting his vote the first time. And then now here we are again, and we're just tired of coming here and tired of fighting it. And I don't know. And that subdivision, wouldn't even want to call it a subdivision, it's one street. It's been there since the 60s. I've been there since '85, and my wife and I, and we just think it's not right. It's kind of like if you shake on something, that's what you're going to do. If it didn't work out for him, he still needs to have the same identical things we had before. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hales. Anyone else wish to speak?
Yeah, Kevin Edwards again. And again, I'm going to tag this gentleman here because like I said, we've been selling this county out from under its own residents. We've got too many warehouses already. I spoke with the commissioner last week, and he said we're at 15% of the county on these warehouses, which he felt was enough. Right now, we're already encroaching on residences. I would hate to be backed up against this thing with my house. If they've already approved it, not much we can do there, but I say stick to the original terms and stop changing them. Hold him to what's on there. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Anyone else wish to speak?
Good evening. My name's Taylor Stein. I'm with Kimley Horn. I'm the civil engineer for Brian. I'd like to reiterate that it's not a rezoning. This is already zoned for warehouses to be put there. The previous sketch plan shows a much larger warehouse. The concern with the traffic on the back, I was back at the April 9th meeting. We came to get these conditions amended. Our initial intention was to get the berm changed as we have it here, and then also for the orientation of the buildings to be shifted. There's some pretty hard pushback on that with the concerns of noises from the trucks affecting those properties along George Road, which is why that we, came to that agreement to rotate the buildings at 90 degrees and hold true to that original condition, item number 10. That item 9 that we're trying to get switched over, we had agreed, I believe we had approval from the planning board back at that April 9th meeting to allow for that condition to change, but denied the sketch plan that we had because we could not get, we couldn't get a motion to get that item number 10 amended, which is that orientation of the warehouses. This berm, I know looking back at the exhibits from where these conditions were initially set, that berm was only a 10-foot berm. There was no vegetation proposed at all on it. With having this higher berm, which like they mentioned is 4 feet higher than what is required along that property buffer, and according to the current ordinance, it would align with the proper buffer distance. You're gonna have mature trees planted on top of this, so they're gonna be much higher. Once they're fully mature, standing atop that berm, they're gonna block out the warehouses from that other side. And so that's all we're asking for. It was already approved at a previous board meeting back there in April. And so we wanted to come through, instead of moving that through to the county commission, we wanted to come back through and get the exact wording so that you can have this substantial buffer along that property and have it not be, not specified. So that's all.
Thank you,
So
sir.
on that drawing, it's not a road, that's the actual buffer.
Yes, sir. So that 200-foot buffer contains, there's, like the gentleman before me stated, there is a 25-foot undisturbed buffer in there that would keep all those trees there. And then there's an additional 15 feet that we've allowed for a drainage ditch to deal with any of the runoff that would be coming off that side over to those properties as to not impact them negatively per the drainage. And then after that is when the development would start. You can see we have the detention pond set, which furthers back the road. And then, if I'm not mistaken, one of the other conditions is that future sketch plans will show the lighting, and development plans, I'm sorry, will show the lighting designed in a manner that such the lighting will not be visible from the George Road properties. And so as we, move forward with the design of the site, we would ensure that the photometric lighting plan showed no impacts to the neighbors on that side of the property.
Or you might have to build a 20-foot berm anyway to block the lights.
Come again?
Or you may have to build a 20-foot berm anyway to block the lights.
Right, and that's all we wanted to come through with. Like we said, it's at 16 feet is kind of the height along that property line that would get you within the code as it stands today. We wanted to give some additional height to the berm to provide a more substantial buffer. I know that this has been a hot button issue for the residents along that road. And like I said, being that the site is already zoned to be industrial. We feel that this 20-foot berm offers a lot more substantial of a berm, ambiguous, I think is the word I was looking for before I couldn't find, than this ambiguous berm within a 300-foot buffer. We just feel it's better.
Yeah, on that site, as open as those trees are, that 10-foot berm was gonna be pointless.
Yes, sir, even with the undisturbed. And so you're getting new trees, you're getting mature trees. I know it's a buffer ordinance was something that, staff put a lot of work into. There's a lot of engineering behind that. And so we wouldn't try to get any type of variance from the berms that are already required throughout the county. Besides the variance that the berm would be higher to provide that additional screening beyond what the code requires.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
So is there gonna be truck traffic on the back of the building? Understood.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My name is Ken Hayes. I live on George Road, and my property backs up to what's going to be the new construction. And a lot of talk about the berm and what properties are left between the berm and our property. And there is talks about drainage on here. My question is, once that drainage is established initially, then who will maintain that drainage? Because in 5 years, it could be grown up with trees and overgrown, and then in essence, you won't have drainage there anymore. So who will maintain that drainage once it is built?
I do not believe that is being dedicated to the county. Right. So it is not being dedicated to the county.
So what what he's presenting as drainage in 5 to 10 years, in essence, won't be drainage.
The drainage on his site will be being maintained by the people on the site.
So
All
is
the,
that
po-
something
all the ponds, all the ditches.
will be maintained by them?
Yes, sir.
So if we have a problem with that, who do we see? Them? I see this is going to be a problem in the future if it's not maintained.
Most of the time we handle calls when it comes to drainage. We may not own the property, but we do handle the calls. Debbie Wood, a good example of that. While we don't own the infrastructure, we usually try to rectify the situation in one form or another. So yes, you can call us.
All right, I'll hold you to it. Thank you very much.
I'll be here.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Anyone else wish to speak?
Just got one question. I guess the question I've got really, since my house isn't there, we talked about a 20-foot berm and being populated with trees. That's elevating those trees up pretty good for an area that gets a lot of storms coming through here. How wide are those berms supposed to be? What's going to support that during those storms? That's all I've got.
Yeah, I don't believe the ordinance requires any tree planting. Usually it's vegetation of grass or, it used to be Elaeagnus, but I don't think we can use that anymore, so. No. But it's, do you want to speak to what's normally planted on top of berms?
Well, I'm not going to speak to exactly what the county's code is, but, a berm that's planted by Mother Nature is going to be a very intense berm at some point, like if it's allowed to go, and it's going to repopulate with pine trees and a lot of vegetation. But the reason I was asking was about the height. I was curious what the original, I thought there had been a standard. I would ask for a bit of clarification. It sounded like their engineer was referring to, I guess, a sketch plan that came through, that it sounded like they thought there was an amendment to this buffer already. Did I understand that correctly?
Say that one more time, I'm sorry.
The engineer referenced that there was a sketch plan that came forward that they felt, did I understand correctly, they felt the berm or the buffer had already been amended?
So this parcel in particular has had a sketch plan approved, and it was one warehouse with the buffers in place and meeting the standards that you have here. However, I think these are a new applicant
Meeting the standards of the current zoning with
the-
300-foot
yes,
buffer
the
with a
300,
berm.
yes,
Okay,
sir.
that's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Does anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, I'm another resident on Highway 80 that's been here way too many times over this. But my question to, or what I want to present to the board here is, this is not only affecting George Road. Across the street from this are 3 residents, actually 4. I think we have enough warehouses. Matter of fact, I drive down Pine Barren and there's a whole bunch of beautiful buildings that are empty. So, I still want to know how the road is going to be affected. What are they doing? How are they going to make the left-hand turns? When is that going to be decided? I know that the state has to get involved because it's a US highway.
Correct. So that'll be submitted to the
Georgia
GDOT,
Department of Transportation.
Will be GDOT. And the Georgia Department of Transportation will tell them exactly turn lanes, decel lanes, acel lanes, exactly what's required.
Okay, it's a 2-lane road right now.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
they're going to have to encroach on properties.
Well, it will be constructed in the right of way.
Okay. Still, I just want our county to pay attention to too many warehouses. Okay, especially where we have residents that have been there 42 years.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Name, please.
So she said her name?
I didn't get you.
Kathy Sheffield. Kathy Sheffield, sorry. Yes, ma'am. We do.
I'm Sharon Hales, married to the man that
Sharon
spoke
Hales.
first, Sharon Hales. I just wanted to point out a couple of things to you all. You were talking about the berm.
Ms.
and
Hales, could you
trees.
get a little closer to the microphone? Thank you.
Okay. I wanted to point out a couple of things to you about the trees. There are trees like behind our house that are big, nice oak trees, but there are other areas of the other houses that don't have anything, okay? It's strictly part of what's left of an old barbed wire fence. So it's not a complete buffer there. It's up and down. In other words, there'll be some behind the first house, it thins out, then there's nothing, and then it goes like the gentleman that was talking, he has pine trees. But, so it's not a total thing. So it's like, well, what he said earlier, the trees would be the buffer. They're not all the way down the road. Okay,
He was referring to the trees that'll be growing on the berm.
on the berm?
Yes, ma'am.
Who waters those, gets them going and growing?
They-
I can clarify what I was saying. I was just saying it will naturally over time, even if there was nothing planted. I mean, that was just,
But planted has to be watered and taken care of, doesn't it? A system of water or something to help it grow?
I mean, certain irrigation definitely helps survivability of plant material. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
So I guess, can I ask a follow-up then? If there's not sufficient vegetation in the 300-foot area, would you prefer to see a higher berm with less of a width that provides more of a buffer? If there's not vegetation in the area? I just want to understand exactly.
Well,
like-
what I'm saying is part of it has it, like we have nice gorgeous trees, oak trees, but 2 lots down, I think Christine, she walked out, she can see straight through to the highway. There's nothing behind her house. So it's not like it's guaranteed. We're complaining because we already have trees. Not everybody has trees in the backyard and they don't want to see those. So that's something to consider there. Something else I wanted to bring up was, if you look at the bottom of the sketch and the number of automobiles that were in there for parking, on the bottom right side, footprint, how many square feet, trailer parking, 252 spaces, auto parking, 506 spaces. I realize that's not going to be when they first open, but we're still looking at the 2-lane highway on 80. We didn't even get here on time today because we couldn't get off our road. And then, I mean, there was traffic all over this county from Faultville to here. And you're talking about a lot of numbers of vehicles, and see, it shows the cars on our side and the trucks on the other. I think I read something like 252 trailer parking spaces. What are we gonna do when we can't move on the roads?
I mean, there's a lot of plans in place for Georgia Department of Transportation and to work on these roads.
I mean, and I know that's not us, it's the state, it's not the county. But that it doesn't make the traveling any better. My husband came from, working on the warehouse down in Bryan County, and he said the traffic was backed up everywhere he went, every road, bumper to bumper to bumper, and we fought that coming down Courthouse, coming on over here. I think there was one other thing I wanted to ask. The traffic, there was something in here about a traffic report that has to be done. Has that already been done on this area, or is it something that will be done at a future date?
I'm actually going to refer to their engineer.
So, Ms. Hales, all we're discussing tonight is whether to change the buffer and the berm.
Okay, but what I'm saying is by changing this, it's going to affect,
Yes, ma'am.
and the way he's doing it.
So you would like a clarification to what was your question? The traffic study?
Right, it mentioned a traffic study had to be done, and I wondered, is that done now, or is that done at a later date, or whatever?
Yes, ma'am. I'll get
Okay,
an answer for
that's
you.
all. Thank you for your consideration.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this request?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, it does say that a traffic study must be submitted during the development plan review process. Now I will let their engineer, of course, speak to that if it's been done yet or not, but that is what the condition does read.
Taylor Stein again. Would you guys mind if I addressed a couple of the concerns I heard, or would you prefer me stick it to the traffic and?
Well, address the traffic study first, please.
Yeah, so the traffic study has been done. We've actually worked with the Department of Transportation to land on the access that we have provided. You can't tell really, I guess, from this zoomed out of the site plan, but we do have a left-hand turn lane that's going to be proposed for traffic coming into the site, as well as a right-hand turn lane to help with vehicle queuing for those vehicles that are coming into the site. Those two access are separate. The one that you can see, I guess it would be to the east, is going to be for auto parts only to kind of help expedite employee traffic coming in, whereas the other entrance that is further to the west would then be for trailers only. We do have a TIA. It's not for this site necessarily, but it is for a site that had similar gross floor area.
Can you say what a TI is?
Oh, I'm sorry. TIA is a traffic impact analysis.
Thank you.
And it just, it basically looks into the traffic loads that are going to be coming in here at the morning peak hour and the afternoon peak hour. And that report agrees with the access that we have proposed here that, as I mentioned, we've already worked on with the Department of Transportation. And it would, as they mentioned before, it would be entirely into the right-of-way, which would include right-of-way on the property as it exists that would be dedicated to GDOT.
All right. Discussion now.
I have a question. How many employees will be working at that site during the day?
So it would depend. What we did the parking count based off of is the county ordinance to meet what is required for this square foot of warehouse inside of the property itself. And it's in line with the market for similar warehouses. And
Can you give me a number?
no, sir, I cannot give you an exact number of the employees. Typically, that's on a tenant-to-tenant basis for how many employees they would have, depending on the operation that they would have going on inside of the buildings.
But it's less than 100, would you say?
I'd probably say it's around 100. There's some stuff with running it off a private well and septic that we have to work with that. And so we've generally been using that number to go on more of the conservative side when working with the Department of Health.
So let's see if we can get back to the berm. Do you have a plan for planting on the berm?
Yeah, so we would work, we actually have landscape architects at our firm who help develop irrigation plans. That would be from everything for the green areas around the site, which would include the berm. That would be the plantings, on the berm for the grass there, the shrubs at the base of the berm, which I believe are part of the ordinance, and then that would also include the trees at the top of the berm. So that's how they would be irrigated.
And can you speak to any future maintenance of that drainage?
Yes, sir. So I actually believe, I think it's generally a county requirement, but it's called out here that we would have to comply to the stormwater manual, the local design manual, and we would have to issue a hydro report. And in that hydro report, typically will include BMP, which are best management practices. So like your, ditches, your ponds, and everything. And it has a maintenance plan to maintain those, and the owner of the site and whoever takes over the site in the future has to sign off that they'll adhere to that maintenance plan.
Any further questions, comments? Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Very quickly, yes, ma'am. Go ahead. You have to come back to the microphone.
The storm that affected our county, we had major issues. A lot of folks could not use the septic tank systems because of the water backing up running. And I noticed on here, it's going on that one that goes across towards Miss Sheffield's property or whatever, but that wasn't a normal thing. But, I mean, we had water. And my husband was out digging stuff out of the ditches, and that wasn't a lot of water, but it was a lot of water in a little bit of time. So that's an issue, a concern.
Thank you, Ms. Hills.
Thank you.
This time I'm going to close public comment. Discussion from the board.
No.
Yeah. I mean, you care to give me your expertise on berms and what you've seen?
I think a 20-foot berm pretty much blocked the warehouse out. And the ordinance is 16, right? And they're willing to do 20?
Yes, sir.
And vegetated on top of that and irrigated. So, I mean, I think they're doing what they can do to protect the residents, in my mind.
I agree.
I kind of don't, just from the standpoint of when we had one of the original considerations to even recommend the original zoning change was the 300-foot buffer with a berm. We unfortunately didn't define that, but I feel like specifically asking, we knew there was ordinance changes either in the process or already adopted. And I remember asking, was it a berm and 300 feet, not a berm and or 300 feet? So.
I remember a lot of discussion about the trees. I mean, they wanted to still have the aesthetic view from George Road and get a berm. And I think we tried to make both of those work, but the 10-foot berm was not going to be effective. I mean, I think if you want to block out these warehouses, you build as big a pile of dirt as you can build.
The original ordinance with 300 feet don't require a berm.
No, it's something that's usually added as a
Something that's added,
stipulation.
right.
But right now, as approved, it does. Granted, there's not a height defined, but there is a berm required with 300 feet.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, I call for a motion.
I'm going to make a motion to deny the request.
A motion to deny. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Brad seconds. All those in favor of denial? 2. All those opposed to denial? 3 to 2. Does that mean I have to call for another motion? Or just, sir? Sir? Yeah. That motion lost.
Make a motion for approval with the staff recommendations and the new size berm.
Motion for approval. Is there a second?
I second it.
Ms. Zipper, seconds. All those in favor? 2, 3. All those opposed? 2, 3. Motion moves on 3 to 2 to the commissioners. Approval. Item 9 is a public hearing for James Daniels' request to rezone 8 acres from R1 to B3 to allow for permitted uses in B3 located at 610 Ebenezer Road. This is the 5th district. Ms. Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So the applicant is requesting to rezone the 8 acres to B3 for commercial development. The parcels to the north and south of this parcel are currently zoned B3. As you can see here on the map, the blue is the B3. On your staff report, per the Effingham County Table of Permitted Uses, these are the allowed uses within B3 zoning. This application was received on August 2nd, so just so you are aware of that. The future land use map does have this parcel projected to be agricultural residential. However, you can see the commercial that is there. If approved, it will meet the criteria of the current ordinance.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Is Mr. Daniel our representative here?
My check sheet says L1 or LI to LI.
It was zoned light industrial at one time, got zoned back to residential, and now.
It is currently R1, and going to B3.
So I can scratch through this one.
Yes, sir.
Kelsey, would you highlight that on the map so I can see the parcel?
So it is right here.
Okay.
Yep, so, and also, I believe the new overlay shows it in the commercial area now, not residential, I think.
So it does still show it
So these are
there,
lots
but as
on
you
the
can
other-
see,
Yeah, because the overhead door company is right up on the front. of
That's on the
these.
corner.
Right. Yep, and I'm sandwiched between the two B3, which know both of those guys
And you've
personally.
got that little easement on the side there.
Yeah, that's actually would be a shared entrance for all three properties. I'm just kind of behind the 8 ball on getting rezoned.
You state his name? Did you state your name, sir?
James Daniels.
Thank you. So your plan, is there anything else you wish to add?
No, right now, we just want to rezone it to B3, basically conform with our neighbors. I know the person behind me is yet to submit plans, and I know me being B3 would affect his buffers and keep him from having to ask for a variance as far as to get close enough to me because I'm still residential. We're kind of up in the air on what we're going to do right now. I may actually do something with him.
Yeah.
The zoning's the only thing we're asking for right now.
Is that for Bride's property?
McBride's property, yeah.
Any discussion this time?
Just a clarification, this is item 9, right?
Sir?
We're on item 9, right? Correct? Or
Yes,
8?
sir. Item 9.
James Daniels, yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm just trying to make sure I understood. This, it says, I think, first district, but this obviously isn't the first district, correct?
It's the 5th.
Yeah.
Trying to make sure I understood that.
Does it say first on yours?
Unless I'm looking at the wrong agenda item.
the staff report does have that on there, but it is the
Oh.
5th district.
Yeah, I was just trying to make sure I understood exactly where we were
Okay. You good?
for right now, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Daniel. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this request? Discussion from the board? I mean, the industrial park is across the road, there's a railroad track. I mean, we rezoned the corner. Across Ebenezer is commercial. I think this was I thought this was the intention when they did the corner and they
That's
left the
exactly what-
easement.
that's exactly
I
right.
thought it was done at the same time.
Yeah.
I did too.
All right, if there's nothing further, I'll call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve with staff recommendation.
Motion to approve, is there a second?
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. We've been going for an hour and a half. Let's take about a 5-minute break. We got a whole page done. Call the meeting back to order. Item number 10, public hearing for Johnny Henderson as agent for Latrell Jenkins. Request to rezone 10.97 acres from R1 to B3 to allow for permitted uses in B3 located on Goshen Road, 2nd District. Ms. Chelsea?
Yes, sir. So your staff report does have a error on it. It does say 1st District. It is the 2nd District, so just so you are aware of that. The applicant, again, is requesting that 10.97 acres to be rezoned to B3 for commercial development. The parcel is currently zoned R1 with frontage along Goshen Road and the Effingham Parkway, as you can see here. The table of permitted uses and what is allowed within the B3 zoning is on your staff report. The future land use map does have this parcel projected to be agricultural residential, but with that being said, it is within the commercial corridor character area and a development node. And just so you are aware, this application was received on August 9th. So if approved, it will meet the criteria of the current ordinance. And then I do have conditions there on your staff report as well.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any discussion at this point? This time? Is Mr. Henderson or a representative here tonight? Anyone wish to speak against or in favor of this?
Of course, you could expect this one from me. This area right here is personal to me. I used to live here out on Cutter Ridge Ranch. And guys, we're giving too much county away. We're really giving too much away. We've got to put some restrictions on this. This one was rushed in ahead of the moratorium to try and get some approvals. And we need to make sure that this doesn't get approved before that moratorium. I'm pretty sure the residents in this area haven't had an opportunity to really look at this and see what's being requested. But we've got to get some of our county back. We just got too much going away. Totally against this.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening, John Jacobs. I live just on Jamestown Drive there. My property is directly adjacent to this. I understand that with Effingham Parkway coming in, it will probably be commercial at some point. I would say that B3 highway commercial would not be appropriate. B1 neighborhood commercial would be more appropriate, being that it's right on the neighborhood. I'm not thrilled with either, but at least B1 would be more appropriate.
Thanks, sir.
I tend to agree.
The Effingham Parkway is being built to move traffic.
Sir, could I get your name?
Jimmy Blakey.
Thank you, sir.
The Effingham Parkway is being built to move traffic. And here you are you can let them load up all the frontage of that road with industrial and create more truck traffic to where the residents can't get to Chatham County when they need to early in the mornings. This is another business you're gonna put there. You got residential homes all along that Goshen Road. You got churches there. Man, give us a break. Vote no.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Here comes this guy to tell us about all of it.
My name is Joel Stewart. I've been here to some of these meetings starting in January. And we have, just as a note, we have just approved a county land use map. The ink is hardly dry on it. And yet we're already looking for an exception to the land use map. At some point, enough ought to be enough. So, I mean, I don't live near this area particularly, but just as a general statement, surely we could abide by the land use map that we just approved for a minute or two. Thank you.
Anyone with any additional information? I'll close public comment. Go ahead.
No, it's just gonna be a question for staff, because I think it would be beneficial. I mean, there's the color that's underlying and there's the overlay on top of it. Both have weight when it comes to the future land use map. So I just would be curious, like, I know that's one of the things we're defining as the corridors and what those standards are gonna be. So just maybe elaborate on that a bit.
Yeah, there's probably some different colorization or hatch marks that we can do to show both.
I have a question. Ms. Chelsea, did the applicant give you any idea what their intentions were?
No, sir, just, B3 for potential, commercial development.
But did they even entertain B1?
The application came in for B3.
Okay.
So obviously, the applicant's not here. I mean, we have obviously 3 choices. I mean, we can choose to table it until next meeting, or we can take a vote up or down. I mean, at present, I mean, I don't disagree. I mean, we've talked about commercial corridors on the Parkway, but we haven't got there yet. The future land use map doesn't exactly show this as commercial, so, you know, I mean, I don't disagree with some of the comments that were made.
So remember, that's a commercial node there too. That's the half circle that you see there.
Is there a commercial node there now, or is there a future commercial node? I mean, is that a plan, or is that?
That's the future land use map you're looking at.
That's the
a
future
node.
land use map.
And there's
Okay.
suburban nodes and there's the rural nodes.
Gotcha. So,
Well, I'll give the note I took before we came in tonight. My question was anything else proposed, B1, B2? And I was hoping to hear that from the applicant. And we won't do so tonight.
make a motion to table it. Go ahead.
Table it.
Make it.
I'll make a motion to table it until we can hear from the applicant.
Have a motion to table. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor of tabling?
Aye.
Any opposed? Did you vote? Retard. Item number 11 is a public hearing for Daryl Morgan, request to rezone 12 out of 372 acres from AR1 to HI to allow for heavy industrial uses located on Sand Hill Road. It's the first district. Ms. Chelsea,
Mr. Chair, can you hold on a second? I need a table date, please,
until the next meeting.
which is,
October 8th.
October
October
8th.
8th.
October 8th.
thank you.
Table to October 8th.
Ms. Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So, the applicant, has requested to rezone 12 out of 372 acres to heavy industrial. And initially it was to operate a small sawmill, park dry cement trucks, and a mechanic shop. I spoke with, Mr. Morgan, and staff has also spoke with him. And after speaking with him and discussing the buffers, that are required, for heavy industrial and light industrial, at length, staff, the applicant would like to reduce the application to just the mechanic shop. And with that being said, staff is suggesting that based on that new information, this zoning not be to heavy industrial, but to B3, which is more appropriate, for what, Mr. Morgan would like to do. So this application was received on August 8th. And again, if approved for B3 zoning or, heavy industrial, if that is the way you would like to proceed, it would meet, for B3, it would meet the criteria of the ordinance with the conditions listed.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Daryl Morgan. And you never called me back. So, so I assumed I was coming up here for heavy industrial. And I see that they're working with these buffers now. As y'all know, I got a big subdivision coming.
If you would like to go B3, you can reduce it. We can't go up, but we can go down.
Exactly, so let's go heavy industrial.
You
And
wanna
if I
go
wanna put a little sawmill or park a concrete truck out there, then it won't be a problem. Everybody knows it's coming.
Okay.
When I get the 300 new neighbors, they know what they're moving next to.
Fair enough. So was this where the sand plant was?
This is at the end of the road
This is
where you
the end of
turn
the
in.
road. Okay.
This is on the highway,
Closer to Sand Hill? Right on Sand Hill?
right on Sand Hill, yeah. Be on the Marlowe side of the road. I'm not doing anything with the other side.
So, Ms. Chelsea, since it's HI, your buffer concern was what?
It would be 300 feet. However, Mr. Morgan does have the option of doing the berm to reduce the buffer, and all of that would be determined at site plan.
Right,
We'll worry about that at a later date when we get a plan.
fair enough.
Did you get any of that flooding from that last rain down there on Sand Hill? Man,
Everything but this 12 acres.
I swear to God, I couldn't believe it.
Good answer.
I got a little hill where my house is and my son's house that maintained, but the rest of it went under.
Wow.
So when y'all send that $14,000 tax bill this year, y'all remember that, okay?
We don't do that either.
We're not the assessors.
So can I ask a clarification question? Where's the 12 acres? I can't really follow where on the site the 12 acres is defined, so we know what we're being asked to approve.
So is this map interactive for me?
It starts on the other side of Boggy Bay
Probably
Road,
not.
the Marlowe side on,
That's right, to the creek.
goes to the creek.
He wouldn't know what the creek is if the map's not interactive. So down the north property line,
Out on Sand Hill Road, Ryan?
right down the north property line, all the way down the north property line to the creek. If you see that creek run that comes across the highway by the adjoining property and makes a curve,
Yeah.
Yeah, it's right there where it says
to
275,
that little strip of land, you see where the road goes in, a little strip of land between the land line and the entrance road.
Yep. Good time.
I mean, kind of, but it's not identified at all on the map, so how do we know what we're approving? That's all I'm saying. I understand it's a piece of a much bigger property, but,
Well, you notice the 12 acres out on, at front on Sand Hill.
okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Morgan. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak, either in favor or against this request? Yes, ma'am.
My name's Annette Yeomans. I came here tonight because there were two items on the agenda that impacts property that I own in Effingham County. One of them is the planned development that you tabled for tonight, so I guess we won't speak about that, although I'm opposed, in case you want to know. The other one, I was concerned, I'm a neighbor of Darrell Morgan. I was very concerned about the heavy industrial zoning. While I'll agree with him, maybe that would be a deterrent for the planned development, I'm also the neighbor on the other side. To me, heavy industrial is a little extreme for what he had proposed, with the shop. I know Darrell, so, he is not my concern, but once something is zoned heavy industrial, I do not know what any future owners would do with that property. I don't feel that it's appropriate to be in a residential neighborhood. I mean, everything around that, around that property is residential, and heavy industrial to me is extreme. So I am opposed to it and would like for you to take that into consideration. While I'm here, I would like to say I do agree with a lot that Mr. Edwards has had to say tonight, and I really just do hope that you will take a deep breath, slow down. You've approved a lot tonight, a lot of changes, and there's no real reason to move so fast on so many things. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Yeomans. Does anyone else wish to speak? I'll close public.
My name is Kendall Harville, and my kids go to school Sand Hill Road, or Sand Hill Elementary, so I travel Sand Hill Road every morning, drop them off. Sand Hill is one of our main thoroughfares in the county. And I don't think heavy industrial fits this road. It is 99.9% residential. The heaviest thing that I'm aware of is sand plants. And there might be one cement plant somewhere around there. But to open it up to heavy industrial is Pandora's box. Because once you start, like the lady before me said, he could sell it. What he says is going in there may not be what goes in there. There's no control once this change is made. This falls under the moratorium that was just approved August 20th. This application got put in a timely manner. It's gonna look a little weird. Y'all have approved a lot tonight. And out of 16 rezoning requests, 11 are classifications that fall under the moratorium. So y'all need to be thinking a little bit more, and I'd appreciate a little more discussion on these things that y'all are approving. Because as other people have said, the residents who live here and support this county are being sold out.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish to speak? All right, I'm gonna close public comment. Discussion from the board. I mean, Chelsea, would the uses that, I mean, what he was asking to do was, I mean, what was the reason for a heavy industrial?
So the sawmill and then the dry cement trucks, the truck parking.
Truck parking
Yes, sir.
is heavy industrial.
I'm gonna pull my table of permitted uses.
Didn't Mr. Morgan use that property already for a sand?
Yeah, in the back. I mean, my thing is, when you look at it, it's 12 acres, and by the time he does his 300-foot berm, it's gonna eat up a large portion of this 12 acres. I mean, you know, as far as getting any other type of big, heavy industrial use, I don't foresee that happening. I mean, there's just not enough land there to do it.
Buffer, not berm.
Buffer.
Thank you.
But that's what he's required, right?
Yes.
And the map that's up there right now is the
This is
current
the
zoning.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm assuming that little bit of I-1 was from remnant of the borrow pit operation back when we had I-1s that were borrow pit related I-1s. Then what's the future land use map show on this one? Okay.
Agricultural residential.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Call for a motion.
Based off of the information that's been submitted and what I see there on the map there, I'm make a recommendation for denial.
Motion to deny. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. All those in favor of denial? Any opposed?
I'm gonna go for denial.
You're gonna go for denial. Motion passes 3-2 for denial. So recommendation to the county commissioners, which means it moves forward to the commissioners and will be heard as a recommendation. Item number 12 is the public hearing for MFL Investments LLC request to rezone .302 out of 1.302 acres from B3 to R4 to conform with surrounding lots located at 712 McCall Road. It's the 4th district. Ms. Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So the applicant again is requesting to rezone the 1.30 acres to R4 zoning, to conform to surrounding zoning and combine with the existing planned manufactured home community. That is what the orange color that you see on your screen there is. Again, the parcels to the south are zoned R4 for the existing planned manufactured home community. It is water and sewer for this parcel is will be provided by the city of Springfield. Excuse me. This application was received on July 24th of 2024, and if approved, it will meet the criteria of the ordinance.
Thank you, ma'am. Discussion at this time? Is there anyone who else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this request? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Alec Metzger with EMC Engineering. We're working with the developer MFL on this project. It's a small project, and basically what brought us here is a minor subdivision recombination. So he's in the process of removing all the mobile homes out there and replacing them with new ones. We needed to add a small piece of property on the north side. The mobile homes, the dimensions were a little bit different. So we had to add a little bit of property to pick up, to have the right setbacks and have a drive that was on that property for access on that property. So that's what we're asking for. Basically 0.3 acres of the commercial tract to be rezoned, and we're going to combine it with the mobile home tract. So nothing new proposed, no new plans, just wanting to do a minor recombination plat. So with that, on the staff report, there was a recommendation or a condition I wanted to bring up. It says a preliminary plat shall be approved by the Board of Commissioners. I think that was maybe an error and needs to be removed from the conditions. We've already submitted a minor subdivision plat that would just be approved by staff. So we just need the little piece of property rezoned so it can be combined.
So it's not the entire 1.3 acres being rezoned, it's just a 0.3 acre?
Should be 0.3 acres of that property to be rezoned.
So the intent is to leave the corner still commercial?
It will be 1 acre commercial on the corner. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Metzger.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this request? Discussion from the board. Yes, sir.
Just to show I'm not against growth. I mean, I pass this every day, Kevin Edwards. This area, I mean, it makes sense for them to go ahead and rezone it with what they've got there. I'm certainly not against it, so.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Discussion?
I just think it needs to be very clear, like what they want to do, and make sure our motion's clear on that, because they don't want to rezone the entire corner.
Mm-hmm.
And right now it reads as if it does. So I just wanted to make, so we don't have a berm that's ambiguous in height. We don't have a zoning that's ambiguous in the future too.
Mm-hmm. But it says 0.302 out of 1.302.
It doesn't
But we
on,
leave 1 acre.
in our pads, but it does here on the
Sure.
paper.
It doesn't, on the agenda, I'm sorry, I'm on the agenda.
That's where I am.
All right, I call for a motion.
I make a motion to approve with removing the preliminary plat that has to be approved by the Board of Commissioners, and noting that it's only the 0.3 acres that would be rezoned and recombined with the residential.
All right. Motion, any discussion? Call for a second.
Second.
Second, Mr. Higgins, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Item 13 is a public hearing from Michael Ramsey, request to rezone 279.71 acres from AR1 to R1 to allow for residential development located on Georgia Highway 119 South. This is the 3rd District. Ms. Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So again, the applicant is requesting to rezone 279.71 acres to R1 zoning. This will be to allow for single-family residential development. The parcels to the north are zoned R1 and AR1, as well as to the south are AR2 and R1, and to the west are zoned R1 as well, as you can see here on your map. The applicant is proposing private well and private septic systems. This rezoning is consistent with the future land use map, as this parcel is projected to be agricultural residential, and this application was received on August 2nd of 2024. If approved, the rezoning will meet the criteria of the ordinance, and then, of course, there are conditions on your staff report.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a Mr. Ramsey, a representative here tonight? No one to speak on behalf of Mr. Ramsey? Oh.
I was just gonna let you know, Mr. Ramsey texted me a minute ago. This is not my project, but he texted me and said unfortunately he wasn't gonna be able to make it. If I could just clarify a few things for him. The R1, but you said private well and septic tanks?
Yes, sir.
And he messaged me that he was either working with the city or would be looking to put in a community well. I don't know, on the application, like I said, I'm not the applicant, but he wanted me to clarify that. And then to clarify, I guess he got questioned about access off of Honey Ridge Road versus versus the state route on 119, and he wanted to make sure that the accesses were coming off of 119. I don't think you have enough access anyways to come off of Hodgeville or Honey Ridge from me looking at it, but, because I think you have to have you have to have a certain amount of distance off of that stop sign right there, but, so the access would be there. Other than that, I don't really have anything else to clarify.
Thank you, sir.
So, thank you.
All right, is there anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this request?
Hi, Kevin Edwards. This is one of the ones that I did come up here for. And here again, we are putting a lot of residents in what was once rural farm community, lovely farm community for that matter. Why we're going R1 on this is beyond me. I think in the 3rd district, we really need to focus on that agricultural residential to try and keep those homesteaders farming availability. And I can tell you from my current situation, the community wells present a problem. In every storm that we have come through here, we have to boil water because of the chemicals they add that don't get added during that time. Wells and septic tanks are really the best option. You already know how I feel about this based on my other conversations, so I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Good evening.
Hello.
My name is Jerry Howell, and we're adjoining property owners. We have a home on Honey Ridge, and we are here to oppose the rezoning project as presented. This is a large parcel of land, which is presently covered by several acres of wetlands. If you're aware or familiar with the area, Crossgate subdivision is across the street from this, and there are known flooding issues in that subdivision. This is going to have a large impact on the infrastructure in the area. Honey Ridge is long since been paved. So the thought that they would entertain putting an entrance into a subdivision off of Honey Ridge is kind of startling. We would ask that the commission consider changing the rezoning request from AR1 or from R1 to perhaps AR2 and limit the acre size. Some other things to consider for this area of the county is that we have an elementary school that's already over capacity.
Our kids go to that school.
And this is a large amount of families to be putting in an area that already can't meet the needs of the county. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Howell.
I'm Randy Alexander. I also live on Honey Ridge Road. I also work here in the county. And like this gentleman says, why this is going to R1 is beyond me. Right now, Honey Ridge Road is probably the most scenic road we have in the county. And by putting all these homes right there, we don't know, is it going to be half acre, 1 acre lots? We don't know. But once this is approved, the wheels are in motion. And for 1 acre homes, what are we talking about? 200 homes with a community well, septic tanks? You know, that used to be waters the old county landfill also. So I don't know how that will impact some of these homes being so close to that county landfill. Even though there'll only be one entrance off of 119, the fire department will also have another access road to get in there. And most likely, that may be off of Honey Ridge or it may be off of Watts Road. So now you have traffic coming down Honey Ridge Road, and we all know it's a cut-through right now anyway. With these homes, maybe 200 homes, 150 homes, it's gonna be a cut-through again with truck traffic. And we have Class 5 roads, we know we don't use them. So now when all this construction is going on, we're gonna be coming in off of Honey Ridge Road, off of 119, and I just can't see R1 with over 200 homes, with a community well, septic tanks.
So
It's-
for clarification, it's, I mean, it'll be a half-acre minimum,
Right,
stick-built home,
right, half acre.
half-acre.
And how many homes is that?
I don't know, we're just looking at the rezoning and not the site plan, so.
I think it's, I just can't see it.
All right, thank you, Mr.
I'm sure a
Alexander.
lot of people here, this gentleman right here speaks very eloquently about it. That's a very historic area, not only on Honey Ridge Road, that whole area now is very historic. And where are they gonna go to school? Effingham High? Right now, that's a mini city. You have almost 3,000, counting the high school and the middle school. You have almost 3,000 students and staff. What will all these homes do? So just thinking ahead just from that alone. The fire department, you have one fire station, which is only about maybe 1.5 miles away. And to get good insurance, 5 miles to have that coverage. So now you can have that one fire station with all those homes being built, plus Crossgate. Has the fire department been advised what will happen? Will they need more fire trucks, more fire personnel? The devils are in the details. And I just can't see 200 some homes. And like I said, they'll all be coming down Honey Ridge Road. There's only one stop sign. So,
Thank you, Mr.
all
Alexander.
right, thank you.
Can I add one more thing? The reason that, so Mr. Ramsey owned all this, and he passed away, unfortunately. So the guy that owns this now is his son. He doesn't even live here. He lives in North Carolina. So when Alex said he just talked to him because he can't be here, he had no intention of being here in the first place, because he doesn't even live here. And then second off, the thing I failed to mention earlier. So if you look right there, that parcel 27229, that's kind of adjacent to this land that's being built. So if you come to the end of Honey Ridge where it crosses over to Old Louisville, right there to the left, that was already approved to be rezoned, and that's going to be a very large neighborhood also when they get into doing that. But it was rezoned, I think last year, the year before. I just remember the signs being there when we moved into our house about 2 years ago. So, and the other thing is just like values and all, because we, like the 5 of us that bought that parcel right there in that field beside the church on Honey Ridge Road, I mean, we got $500,000 homes that are gonna back up to this. You wanna build 200 cookie cutter homes in there? So,
Could I state your name, please?
Hollis Howell, sorry, I came up with my wife, so.
Good evening. I am Justin Pratt, and I live next door to Hollis and Jerry. I am in one of those 5 in the field next to the church. I'm not going to waste your time, but I do agree with the other individuals that have come up and spoke tonight. So I don't want to restate what they've already said, but I definitely agree. This is my literal backyard. So when I look out my back door, 200 plus additional homes, right out my backyard. So just going to echo the same statements that others have said.
Thank you, Mr. Pratt. Yes, ma'am. He's done.
My name is Lindsay Ronk. I need
Lindsay Monk.
Ronk, R-O-N-K.
Thank you.
I need some clarification. On the agenda, it states that it's 279 acres and 71, or .71. But on your website, it's 245.69. Not that that makes a huge difference of what I'm gonna say, but just a clerical error, possibly.
It's tax parcel information, so, so it's boundary survey.
All right, I am against rezoning this. Our schools are already overpopulated. I do have property that backs right up to it. It's been that way since we moved in there 12 years ago, and we haven't had any problems. You're gonna put a subdivision in where you're going to come right out to where you already have Crossgate and I believe it's Candlewood subdivision? Candleberry, sorry, Candleberry. So you're, you know, more congestion, more confusion right there. As for city water, talks of city water, that's not in the city limits. So I don't know how he can get city water.
He possibly can still work on an agreement with the city to get water, but I mean, that's neither here nor there.
Okay, well, I just disagree with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very quickly, Mr. Edwards,
Yeah,
you've already
I will.
spoken.
I just want to make one clarification. This right now is zoned AR1, and for everybody that came up, understand that it could still be subdivided as AR1 with a minimum 5-acre lot. Is that correct?
Right.
So just kind of keep that in mind. That's all.
So, we will give you a chance in a minute.
Clarify a couple of things.
I don't think we're done. We speak.
Kevin and Deb Bailey, we have property adjacent to this. By the way, in case anybody lost count tonight, there is 1,140 acres up for rezoning just tonight, and that does not count the industrial.
Well, this is by far a record. I mean, this is 6 months worth stuffed into one night, so.
Yeah, I think we need to pause just a bit.
That's why this agenda's so big.
The R1, as others have mentioned, is pretty much ridiculous. You pack that many more people in after the development that's already going on Old Louisville Road, come on. It backs up to my place. This is flood zone, wetlands. What's gonna happen? Right now, we already flood if we get a rain. And I know it was mentioned earlier to call you if we have a water problem. Well, guess what? We called the city of Guyton about the neighbor's yard being a foot deep in water, and they said, private property, not our problem. And that was water coming from Whitesville. So without some sort of plan, maybe ahead of time instead of after we approve it, for water mitigation, something, and come on.
So this is the first step. I mean, he's not gonna do his engineering and all the wetlands and everything unless he knows what he can and can't do with the property.
You know what I've seen tonight? I've seen people that got something approved on basics 6 months ago coming in for changes tonight.
Well, they can come ask.
Yeah, they can come ask and they all got approved. Every one of these were
Okay,
approved.
Mr. Bailey, do you have any more comments on the rezoning?
I do. We don't have the infrastructure in the area to support any more homes in that area. We don't have the road capacity, we don't have the school capacity. Like was brought up there, water, they don't have, they're outside the city limits. Let me see that list. It's just not a good thing. Environmental issues, the drainage, it's just a bad idea.
At least that many homes.
Ma'am, did you state your name?
Deb Bailey.
Thank you. Does anyone have any additional or new information? Yes, sir.
Hey, my name's Daniel Howe. I've lived in the Honey Ridge area.
Daniel.
Howe, H-O-W-E. I've
you.
lived in the Honey Ridge area for 20-plus years. The speed limit out there was originally 45 on the road when we moved out there. It was brought down to 35 miles an hour because of all the traffic. Several of the residents out there came to the road commission with that. So there's been a lot of issues with traffic out there. We have a ball field down there. We have a lot of kids around there. We have a new Honey Ridge Agricultural Center put in out there. We're having a lot of traffic from that. Also, we just had our road repaved like 7 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, and now it's getting repaved again. I think that's kind of funny, you know, when a lot of these other roads in Effingham County need to be repaved. But most of all, buses, stuff like that, have a hard time going up and down a road because people going over to Bullitt County, getting into the left lane at the end of Honey Ridge Road, taking up 5, 6 feet in the other side of the lane. So there's a lot of traffic issues already there. And then this being put in just drives it up. Every day, it's like a race course going down through there. So we gotta have some understanding of, like everybody else in here is saying, enough's enough. Have some common sense and start thinking about what's going on and what's gonna happen down the road. We got a parkway, it's supposed to be 4 lanes, 2 lanes. What are you gonna do with that park lane? It's just like over in Benton Boulevard, it's supposed to be 4 lanes over there originally. It's gonna cost you hundreds of millions of dollars. Instead of doing it now, you're gonna wait 20 or 30 years down the road. You guys got to come to your senses. If you don't come to your senses, this is gonna be like mini Washington, D.C., Alexandria, where you're gonna have 200,000 or 300,000 people living here. And we're not gonna have any type of infrastructure or anything to support it, such as Honey Ridge Road, which is one of the most photographed roads in the state of Georgia. So just think about things long and hard. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Howell. Anyone with any new information?
I'm just going to clarify real quick because a couple people have said that. When I stood up the first time, Mr. Ramsey wanted me to specify the entrances are coming off of 119. They are
Yeah,
not
we heard
dumping.
you.
Okay. A couple people have said that, and that's, I mean, so they have no intentions of coming on Watts Road or onto Honey Ridge Road. So if there needs to be 2 entrances for safety, they will both be on 119. And and from what I understood from his conversation, there's no agreement currently with Guyton. He's just working through.
Yeah,
and if that wasn't the case, then he would go the well and septic tanks. So that's, I guess, to be determined on his end if the rezoning was to take place. So.
All right, sir, thank you. All right, this time we'll close public comment. Discussion from the board.
Well, I mean, there's not much submitted to show what, I mean, not that that's technically a requirement to submit it, but we often get some sort of an idea of a sketch so we can kind of understand what's being proposed a bit more. And the applicant wasn't here tonight to answer questions that we might have had. That wasn't a motion, that was just my thoughts.
Without the applicant, we would have to turn it down in my mind.
We tabled the last one that somebody wasn't here. I mean, we don't have to, but.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, the density is pretty overwhelming. I mean, if you put that many houses in there.
well, it's a lot of acres. We don't have the wetlands yet. I mean, we get really raked over the coals for high density, and this is as low a density as, I mean, in R1 stick-built homes. I mean, you can see more of them on the screen. I mean, you know.
And that's why I don't, just to be transparent, I don't know that I don't think this is a potential spot for that. R1 is for a subdivision, a subdivided neighborhood is some of our larger lots because it's not served by sewer. And it's purposely in the ordinance that way. I just hadn't seen or heard enough to really understand.
Write it down. All right, I call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Have a motion for denial. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second. All those favoring denial? Any opposed to denial? I'm sorry. Please don't clap.
No, thank you.
So 3, you 2 voted against denying it?
Right.
All right.
Was it
Motion carried 3-2.
3-2?
Item number 15 is a public hearing for Blue Fern Management. Scott Rosenstock as agent for Charles L. requests to rezone 100.34 acres from R1 to R5 to allow for residential development located on Blue Jay Road. First District.
Mr.
Chelsea,
Chair,
ma'am.
I need to recuse myself on this one.
I need a motion to remove.
Make a motion to remove Ryan.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, get out of here.
Item 15.
Sir?
15.
Yes, sir.
Item 14 was postponed. This is item 15. Ms. Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So the applicant is requesting to rezone 100.34 acres to R5 zoning to allow for single-family detached residential development. This proposed development is less than 1 mile from the approved multifamily apartments at the intersection of Blue Jay Road and Highway 17. The future land use map does have this parcel projected to be agricultural residential. And if approved, the rezoning will meet the criteria of the current ordinance. And again, conditions are suggested there on your staff report.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there a representative?
Good evening.
Good evening.
John Giordano with Thomas & Hutton on behalf of Blue Fern Development, who we're representing here tonight. We're here with the request to rezone what's known as the Ale Tract. It's approximately 100 acres located on Blue Jay Road. It's about a half mile northeast of the intersection of Blue Jay and Highway 17. Currently, the property is zoned AR1, and we are requesting a rezoning to the R5 designation. Originally, when we met with the applicant, we were considering looking at doing a PD. And as we were going through the county's base zoning districts, we realized that the R5 aligned with the goals for this project. And with the county's extension of water and sewer down Blue Jay Road, that made that a possibility for this designation. The proposed plan that's before you proposes 200 single-family lots. They meet the minimum 6,600 square foot minimum. It's a proposed net density of 2.7 units per acre, which is well below the max density allowed under the R5 of the 5 dwelling units per acre. The plan itself has 2 access points for connectivity out to Blue Jay, not only just for the residents, but also from a safety standpoint. So there's 2 points of ingress and egress for emergency vehicles. In addition, after meeting with staff and looking at the plan and looking at some of the adjacent larger tracts of land surrounding there, the plan does provide future connectivity to adjacent properties should they also redevelop in the future. In addition, we went through, as we were laying out the plan, looking at setbacks and buffers, and especially on the east side where the property backs up against the Emerald Plantation, we've actually proposed an enhanced 50-foot buffer. Currently under R5, there's only a 30-foot required buffer, but we're going ahead and proposing a 50-foot buffer there. In addition, we're also proposing an increased buffer along Blue Jay Road. Again, from meeting with staff, we understand that through some of their transportation planning efforts, it seems like there's probably going to be a right-of-way acquisition along Blue Jay Road at some point. We were told it would probably be about 10 feet, so we've enhanced that buffer so that once that acquisition does occur, we still have the required minimum 30 feet there. And the plan is to leave that unmolested. I mean, we're going to leave that as is, so it would be something similar to what you see along the frontage of the Emerald Plantation development. Open space, R5 requires a minimum of 15% of the net usable area. Our plan is to meet that and exceed that. There are some wetlands in the back, so we plan on utilizing the wetlands. We're not proposing any impacts to the wetland system in the back, but we'll utilize those natural areas for passive recreation opportunities. And then additionally, within the development, propose an amenity space for an active park and play areas. That way the residents can have, easy access to those facilities for visibility and accessibility. So with that, if there are any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
We probably have some for you
in a little bit?
Yes.
All right. I'll stick close.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak either in favor or against this request?
Do we need to give Mr. Thompson a moment to rejoin?
Ma'am?
Or are we okay to go for Mr. Thompson as?
Mr. Thompson recused himself. I mean, it's his, I don't think he has any involvement, but his, anytime this
Oh, with this
company he
particular
works
one.
for,
I understand.
he always abstains, just.
Yep, understood. Emily Height, I own 351, 23A, and 23B that is adjacent for two corners of this development. I want to start by pointing out that in the process of surveying, the Blue Fern or their agents trespassed on my property as well as vandalized it. They spray painted all over my lines. So this is their introduction to wanting to be my neighbor. It's very unimpressive. I am also a little bit appalled by the road entrance that they've put on their plan leading directly onto my property. I actively farm, I have livestock, we have planted pine trees, we burn, we use, the forestry department control burns, so they need to honor their 30-foot buffer. Otherwise, that would obviously be a danger to this many residents. I also don't like the idea of having that many people wanting to borrow my farm to, come and visit my livestock. We don't have a fence around the entire property right now, but obviously it's going to be a huge burden. As the owner, that's my prerogative to protect my space. But this hasn't been a very good introduction for this particular development. The density is also questionable based on the surrounding area. I will say positive notes. I appreciate their respect of the wetlands in the area. One of the reasons they weren't able to survey properly and trespassed is because it was underwater. So their fire breaks were impassable with over a foot of water. I don't want to take everybody's time, but that's how they've started off.
Thank you, Ms. Height. Can I just ask clarification on what you said about the road crossing your property, or the way where they put the road or something?
They've put an entrance from their property towards my property.
Okay, yes, I mean.
That invites trespassing on the future
Right.
residents.
I mean, I see it on the plan. I mean, there's probably some connectability or something that doesn't have to, obviously shouldn't be there.
Mr. Chair,
Obviously
Ma'am.
never contacted me
No, I mean, this is a proposed proposal that's not.
first. Right, and, like I said, I think they did a better job than the one that y'all reviewed previously with being clear about their intentions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Height.
So, thank you.
Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
the total acreage of those two properties, please.
Which two?
Hers?
Hers.
Yours. Your property.
351-23A is 20-plus acres, and 23B is 35-ish.
Okay, thank you.
Jeff Height, I'm a co-owner of the property with my daughter. The wetlands that they plan to use, those wetlands drain across the backside of our property. With the past heavy rain that we've had, it was full. So any additional water that goes in there is going to potentially be a future problem. But this company is like a lot of other companies that have come into Effingham because of a car plant, and they want to make a quick dollar and move on. They're here from Washington State. And if they can't make a dollar at lower density, they need to just move on.
Thanks, sir.
Mr. Chair, can I ask Ms. Height one more question, please? Can she come back to the microphone?
Sir, your name was?
Jeff Height.
Jeff Height.
Yes, sir.
So, how do you access your property now?
From Height Road.
Which goes to
Blue Jay?
Blue Jay?
17.
Okay. The other way.
It's Marlowe Elementary School.
Okay, I got you. I'm with you. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is David Harris. I'm here representing 4 generations of my wife's family, the Height family. including the adjacent property, so I don't have the parcel number. It's 108 acres, as well as my wife and I's 11 acres. We have our 6 children with us that are actively farming this land for over 100 years. We're going to seek the historic designation as soon as we can get the paperwork finalized. And just like our cousin Jeff said, that property is part of a continuous flood pattern, and we do continuous burns with the forestry department. I just want to say, the one thing I don't think's been said here is, you guys represent every single private property owner in this community, not just the ones that come to you and ask for changes. The ones that aren't asking for changes need equal representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Anyone else wish to speak?
Mr. Chair, I hate to do this. I need one more question.
David Harris.
Yes. Tell me about the historical designation. Can you tell me what stage in the process you're at?
The Georgia Department of Agriculture says if you can prove that a parcel of land has been actively farmed for over 100 years, you can receive a conservation designation as a historic farm. We're
Okay.
going to try our best to find out if we can do that, to try to protect it.
Okay.
My dad's 87 and couldn't come tonight. He asked us to speak on his behalf. I'm married to David. He's in the beginning of that. He
Okay.
learned about that recently and wanted to do that because my great-grandfather built the house he lives in now.
Okay. Can you just send us some of that information so we're aware of it? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, good evening. I'm Tim Stika. I live in Emerald Plantation, and of course, unfortunately, my property, my lot backs right up to the new plan development. So we've been doing some research, and a couple things that just don't make sense is, other than just the infrastructure, which I don't know how this area can support a new neighborhood. I mean, if you've ever been down Blue Jay Road, especially the portion that we live on, the speed limit's down to 30 miles an hour because it's just so rough. Also, the water pressure is terrible at best in our neighborhood. Plus, you know, not yet this year, but in the past, we've had electrical, blackouts. And then plus, my kids, they already had to be rezoned from their schools once. So the impact of this other, more homes, it's gonna impact that even more. And then another thing, that land that, talking about development, it's under the conservation agreement right now, the CUVA, the Conservation Use
Conservation use, yes, sir.
Valuation Access. We still got 2 more years on that. They're breaking it early. It's supposed to sunset in 2026?
So yes, they can break it with penalty.
CUVA, right?
That's a state conservation plans.
All right. I don't know, I'm just not a real big fan. This just kind of hit us all at once. I think I speak for the whole neighborhood, especially for myself and for my other neighbors that their land backs up to this property. Yeah, that's all I've got to say right now.
All right, thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, can I ask him a question, please? I'm just active on this one, okay? So, does Emerald Plantation have a homeowners association?
Yes, it does.
Is it active?
Yes, it's very
Thank you.
active. Yes.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? No, sir, not yet. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Morgan. This project is basically in my backyard, just a few acres through the woods. And I have a few questions about, I keep hearing, throughout the night about these, they got to be engineered for drainage and all this kind of stuff. And I'd like to know, what do they put into this engineering when they go to drain things? Because I see subdivisions up and down on both ends of our road on Blue Jay Road, houses that used to not flood in their yard, but now every time it rains, it's a lake in the front yard or a lake in the backyard. I'd like to know, what kind of homes are going to be built in this subdivision. It's going to be half acre lot's a third acre lot. I hear him say 2.7. To me, that's a third of an acre lot.
That's, yes, sir, that's correct.
0.15 is what you said? Okay, excuse me.
Miss-
I'm sorry. I misunderstood when I heard it. And I'd like to know about the traffic impact. They're putting this subdivision on a road that's recently shut down due to the storm for integrity issues of the road. And then open back up and drive through at your own risk. Please slow down, watch what you're doing. So what kind of traffic impact is that gonna have on this road? And that's my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan.
Tim Hutchings. To the contrary of Alex's proposal around the corner, this is high impact, low benefit. This doesn't benefit anybody. So to add insult to injury, not only is this development completely contrary to every other bit of development that's actually in this area, it's going to degrade the quality of life for us folks. You're making us pay for it by paying $4 million to run sewer down Blue Jay so these guys can make a buck. I mean, that's just ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. And I like how they reference the apartments as justification. Well, let's zoom out a little farther, because the apartments shouldn't have been there either. There is no high-density development down Blue Jay outside of Pine Brook at the edge of the Rincon city limits. Nothing else is high-density down Blue Jay. Emerald Plantation, half-acre lots. Across the street, we've got 5+ acre estate lots. You've got, it's custom homes on acreage, which makes sense because this is 9 miles outside of town. We get zero commercial benefit to develop these properties. All these high-density developments do in this area is cost us money. And that's been acknowledged by our county manager in a D2 town hall with 2 other commissioners sitting there, justifying the warehouses. When we develop this high-density housing in these areas without sufficient infrastructure, they only cost us money. We had to approve the warehouses to offset that tax loss. We don't get commercial benefit. That's the point of residential development, is to get commercial benefit. This property is closer to Pooler than it is to Rincon. So when commercial businesses are planning their development, they do radius studies, and they can capture this stuff from Pooler before they can capture it from Rincon. So why would you want to build in Rincon when you can build in Pooler and capture all those houses too? And not just that, Highway 80 is going to develop as well. There's planned commercial developments on Blitchton. Again, this is closer. So the citizens of Effingham are going to foot the bill for this development while everybody here goes and spend their money in another county. Infrastructure is a huge deal. Obviously, schools get brought up a lot, and the numbers have been shared by the Board of Education to the Commission, but nobody bothered to do the math. Board of Education uses a figure of 2.1 students per rooftop. There's 3,500 homes already approved but not built in the south corner of the county. That's over 7,000 students. That's 50% of the current enrollment for the entire county, and our schools are almost full. I get that, you know, there's going to be development that's approved, but we have to take a step back and look at things and think about what's going to happen when these houses come out of the ground quicker than a school. Per Yancey Ford, from the time they decide they want a new school, it's 3 to 5 years before a school is developed. I don't want my kids in portables out behind our high school, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Additionally, we talk about safety with the 2 entrances. The county is going to turn Blue Jay Road into a truck route. What sense does it make to put elementary schools and continued development down a road you intend to throw semis down? It's not very bright. I mean, that's just asking for trouble. The other issue I have with this, my driveway is directly across from one of their proposed entrances. Already, this is a 55-mile-an-hour speed limit, and that curve right there, you barely have enough time to get out before you get run over. It's already a dangerous location. You put 400 cars coming out across the street, we'll never be able to get out of our driveway. Additionally, the back of this property drains back. The front of it is forward and about 8 feet higher than my property. And we talk about, oh, the engineered plans will account for drainage. I invite any one of you to drive down my washed out driveway. My driveway is continually washed out. You'll see a trash pump permanently set up. You'll see sandbags permanently set up. You'll see a swale dug across my property because I capture all the water that comes across Blue Jay Road. There is no drainage down Blue Jay. During this last storm, I don't know if anybody made it out there, just with the new development from Emerald Plantation on the other side, the ditches were completely full and crossed the road at Highway 17 already. You put any more water in, it's coming across Blue Jay and flooding every one of these houses that's downhill from this property. It's just not a great location for high density. It doesn't make any sense. If you were bringing this request for estate-type properties, like what Alex talking about, or even R1, that makes sense. It fits the surrounding area. It's a lower impact with lower density, and it doesn't degrade all the homes around the area.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchins. Does anyone have any additional information?
My name is Sabrina Hutchings. I don't normally come to these meetings because this is not my thing, but I have to go on record saying that this property does not fit this area. We built our home thinking it was going to be our forever home, that I was going to raise my grandchildren, bring them home, celebrate until I'm dead. This is where I plan on living for the rest of my life. I plan on bringing my grandchildren to that home. I cannot have that with this property across the street. So I cannot leave tonight without going on record and saying that I oppose this property.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Is there any additional information to be brought to this board at this time?
So I just want to go ahead and address a few of these items that have been brought up. Regarding the secondary access to the adjacent property, I think that was Emily. I think what you're referring to are the the future
Yes.
connectivity possibilities, right? Those won't be extended as part of this initial development. The right-of-way or the open space will be set aside should anything ever redeveloped on those properties in the future, which it sounds like they might not if they get the conservation easement. Totally understand it. That would just be left as open space at that point, but we were just setting that aside to just in case. Drainage across the property back into the wetlands. We understand that the wetland in the back does actually extend over across the property. And looking at some of the elevations, it doesn't look like that wetland really goes anywhere, right? It just kind of sits back there and holds water. And one of the other gentlemen did mention, he's obviously done some research as well. There's a high spot in the middle of the site. Half the site flows to the back, half flows out to the front to Blue Jay. Effingham County, the drainage ordinance requires that all storm events are detained up to the 100-year event, which we would have to do that for this project once we got into the design, actual design of the project. So we'd have to go through all the hydraulic calculations, and we would not be discharging any additional water than what's already going there. Totally understand that. Regarding the traffic, again, we've met with the county staff, and we understand that there's already been a corridor study done through here. I think there were some planned improvements that were identified. The request was made that, eventually the county would like to acquire some additional right-of-way here. We said, absolutely, we'd be more than happy to do that. In addition, once we get to the actual design portion of the project, we would be doing a full traffic impact analysis on the development and what those impacts would do to the surrounding roadways. So, I think that's all I had written down from notes-wise. So I don't know if there's any questions from.
Does anybody have any questions at this time? I mean, obviously this is a rezoning, when we get in, if it's rezoned and get into preliminary plat and things like that, there'll be a lot more discussion with buffers and things like that, so.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
This time I'll close, yes, sir. Very quickly, Mr. Hanley.
I'll make this quick. My family's lived on that property since 1875. The water drains, all respect to the engineer, but it doesn't just sit back there. It comes right straight across the backside of our property and then across the Harris Height property. It drains, it's what drains, it runs across Spring Branch. Alan, you know where Spring Branch is.
Thank you, Mr. Height. This time I'm close public comment. Open it up to the board for discussion.
I think the density's too high.
I don't think it fits the area as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if it's equivalent to what's right beside it, Emerald Plantation, something like that, I think that's a different discussion, but.
Right.
I think. All right, I'll call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to deny.
Motion for denial, is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second, Mr. Higgins, all those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried by all. I get a motion to bring Mr. Thompson back
Make a
in.
motion to bring Ryan Thompson back to the board.
Second.
Second, Mr. Smith is in favor. Aye. Item number 16 is postponed. Item number 17, Kern and Company LLC, Chad Zitrower is agent for RB Baker Properties LLC, request to rezone 114.79 acres from R1 to HI to allow for heavy industrial use located on Old Augusta Road. It's the 5th district. Ms. Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So again, the applicant is requesting to rezone 114.79 acres to heavy industrial. This would include light industrial uses and then warehousing only under that heavy industrial use. Due to the proposed square footage for the warehousing, a developments of regional impact or DRI review was required. You do have a copy of the final report for the DRI. The Coastal Regional Commission concluded that the proposed development was generally consistent with the currently adopted comprehensive plan, and they expressed that special consideration should be given to the wetlands and their environmentally sensitive areas. The rezoning is consistent with the future land use map. Right there. As this parcel is projected to be industrial, this application was received on August 14th. And if approved, the rezoning will meet the criteria of the current ordinance.
Thank you, ma'am. What's the circle?
So that is a development node, and that one is.
Kind of circling a lot of residential.
It is one of the. I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. It's a urban node.
Thank you. So if it's warehouses, I thought we put those in light industrial.
So, because of the square footage and the need for the DRI, we went heavy industrial.
All right, Mr. Zitrower.
Yes, good evening, Chad Zitrower with Kern and Company. First off, I'd like to get a point of clarification. Is there a square footage requirement for warehousing in heavy industrial?
Not currently.
All right, so based upon the current ordinances, we would accept this being restricted to light industrial. We're not looking for heavy industrial. Our DRI was filed, with warehousing. That is fully our intent. We have no heavy industrial uses. It will be warehousing. So it's our understanding there may be some things changing in the future, but based on the current ordinances, we are good with light industrial. So if the board would consider that in your request, we're comfortable with that. Secondly, this is consistent with the future land use map, but I'm not referring to the future land use map that was adopted less than a month ago. This was industrial on the previous land use map, and so it's not something that was a recent change. In addition to that, there have been some discussions about this being an asphalt plant. I've seen some things posted. This is not an asphalt plant. This is warehouse distribution. We are also familiar with the county's agreement with the city of Savannah on the Abercorn Creek water intake. Some other developments have additional BMPs and measures to be taken in order to preserve that water intake. We're familiar with those requirements and agree to make that a part of any staff recommendation as well. Other than that, I'll be glad to answer any questions you have regarding this particular application.
Discussion. So for clarification, it is warehousing only, and you wish to move it to
Light industrial.
light industrial, and you're good with that?
Light industrial does allow for warehousing.
Yes.
Yes.
Any questions this time?
Regarding the water, the Savannah River water portal there, at one of the hearings that we had, 3 or 4 or 5 months ago, we had an engineer or somebody from the Savannah River Services or something saying that the salinity of the river, because of the deepening of the harbor down in Savannah, was bringing salt water down towards the pickup point. So they're going to move the pickup point further up the river towards Augusta.
At some point.
There are some ongoing studies for the city of Savannah to expand their water treatment facility. I have not heard that a location has been finalized, that is definitely being moving upstream, but I have heard rumor of some studies being done to evaluate that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
It has also been provided to Mr. Zibrow, but there is an agreement between Effingham County and the city of Savannah for these parcels here close to the water intake facility. They have to, on site development, provide extra best management practices or BMPs, and there are also some other requirements
Good.
that are needed when developing these parcels.
Restrictive requirements.
Yes, sir, extra.
And we concur with those requirements.
All right, thank you, sir. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak either in favor or against this request?
Yeah, Kevin Edwards again. Sorry to keep interrupting your podium, but right now we've got, if I remember correctly, approximately 120 plus acres of empty warehouse that's not even being used. Why do we want to approve more warehouse? It's I understand these people want to make money. I really do. But with this, you're extending that warehouse footprint even farther into the county when this needs to stay east of where we're going here. Totally opposed to this. Everybody that I've spoken to is opposed to this. I haven't found one person in the county that wants to see this happen.
Thanks, sir.
My name's John Beecher. I live in Ridgecrest subdivision. If I walk out of my back door, I'm looking at this property. I was there when it was dirt. We were told it was never going to be paved. It's been paved. We were told it would never be industrial. It's industrial. We were hoping that it would be residential. It was a plan to be residential years ago with, things that changed 2008. That didn't happen. Now everything's become industrial. I'm very opposed to this. This is right in our backyard. There's houses going to be on at least two sides of that. Residential people that never considered this being an industrial property, ever. We don't need more warehouses right now. If that's the case, buy me out and build a warehouse where I am too, because this is ridiculous. That's all I got.
Thank you, sir. Is there any, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. This is Ren Blaylock. I'm with North Point Industrial. We're the developer with Robert Baker. We developed Morgan Lakes Industrial Park over time with Robert. So we don't build spec buildings. We actually partner with our tenants. Our tenants own 25% of each and every building we built. We've been doing this 35 years. We built over 16 million square feet of space. We manage and own a good bit of those properties still. We manage and own the Gulfstream RDC campus. We're good landlords. We're good stewards of the community. We will not build a building without a tenant being involved, being a part owner. Where those employees are good stewards of the community. So it's a little bit different. I agree with you. All these REITs have come in, overbuilt the market, and it is absurd. I don't disagree with you at all. Our program is a lot different. We have looked and worked on this property for over 18 months. It is within the future development plan, always has been. So it's, there are residents in the area, but those residents can look 50 yards down and there's empty buildings. So we hope that we can move forward with this development and we'll be good stewards of the community.
Thank you, Mr. Blaylock. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. I'm Darlene Vincent. I'm a resident at 1013 Old Augusta Road, about a half-mile north of this property. I wanted to be sure you guys, I was asked by others to be sure to get the comments from the city of Savannah that they provided earlier, and also comments from the local organization Effingham County Green, Effingham, Georgia Green, EGG, addressing the concerns over protecting the water intake. Which is all self-explanatory. We've always heard that story before. What I can tell you from living beside the warehouses for the last 3 or 4 years, best management practices only work when they're in place. Right now, there are warehouses along that strip that are storing materials outside. We don't know what they are. We don't know when the rain's gonna put something in the street. Best management practices at a warehouse would not allow materials to be stored outside. I should address this to whoever's in charge of overseeing that. There are one of the facilities has 2 uncovered dumpsters, and you can see a stream of pollutants coming out of those dumpsters and leaching into the parking area and right into the ditches. Those are not best management practices. That only works when it's enforced. At some point in this history of this area, there was a line drawn. Chimney Road. Industry on the south of it, residential on the north of it. I think this particular lot is a better transition zone. It's high, prime land. We've got residents on all sides of it. It should be a transition zone for a continue to establish that residential line a little bit south of where you've drawn it before, and the DOT owns the property below that, and that's also residential. It makes more sense for me and all the residents in that area that this big plot not become another useless, unoccupied warehouse. And another concern for the water intake. I had 2 issues on the application that was filed. I have not seen the report from the DRI. And changing from HI to LI is better, but it still leaves a lot of risk. In the application, when they addressed the reasonable economic use as currently zoned, they said it was no economic use. Residential development is a good economic use. In 2008, it was put in as a residential. Someone paid $2.7 million for it. Somebody thought it was an economic use as a residential property. And the last question on their application was excessive or burdensome use. Once again, it would be a burden on the water. If it had been heavy industrial, it would be a real burden on the water system, perhaps as a warehouse. But you've got millions of square feet of warehouse on fire protection on one water line going down Old Augusta. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, can she come back? I got one question.
Yes, sir.
The violations that you say were stormwater, or were they other code enforcement violations?
I would think it would be under the stormwater.
What's the address?
Best maintenance practice. I'd have to look them up.
Will you email one of us and just let us know?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I don't know their names. I meant to take pictures, but I didn't get to it.
That would be helpful too.
Thank you, Steve.
Hi,
Hello.
I'm Tanya Gunn. I found it here. So we live right by this area that is being proposed. And we are on Holly Lane, which is right there by where they're going to build this. And I am just hoping and praying that this is not going to be allowed, because we can't even get on our road now. The traffic, the truck traffic, all the traffic is so bad. And so I'm just hoping that this will not happen. And I agree with a lot of what the others are saying.
Thank you, ma'am. Is there any new information Yes, sir.
My name's Rick Wills. I'm not the best public speaker in the world, but I can speak. Give that man right up there a raise. He didn't pay me to say that. I appreciate all y'all being here. You got a tough job. But God sent me. We got to stop this madness. We've lived over there for almost 60 years. I don't know how much a gun family's lived over there. But MC Anderson hauled stuff out of material out of there for over 20 years. We listened to tailgates banging on dump trucks till they're still ringing in my ears. My mama can still hear them. She's over there in the grave. And she may be getting out of that depending on what's happening here. She'd been before, she'd had the news but her before when they neglected us down that little dirt road. We're like lost over there, but that's okay, because we got God on our side. We live on a beautiful wildlife refuge. Beautiful. You can kayak out to Abercorn Creek. You can't eat none of the fish. We still have turtles and frogs. So we know they hadn't ruined it totally. MC Anderson made enough money on that piece of property. He should donate it in his descendant's name and have a nice little park over there on that refuge for everybody to enjoy. As I said on my warehouse thing, the whatever page we have there, where the eagles can fly and the gopher turtles can crawl. It's already polluted from where they've been dumping stuff over there into the pit. God only knows what's there. I appreciate y'all's time. God bless you.
Well, thank you, Mr.
This young
Wilson.
man lives right there. He's out on Holly Lane. He's on the phone now, but
Yeah, he's on the phone.
he lives over there. The guns have been there a long time. Please, y'all help you. Help us, please. In God's name, please help us.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you. There's no room to sign over here, so is there another page? Yeah. He's got my number, but I'll leave it up here too. Thank you very much for your time. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Wills.
Hey, my name's Jeff Gunn. Just a couple of concerns with my deal with this whole thing. All right, this area here that approved, for the warehouses and everything going L1, that area was panned out and flattened out. Are they gonna bring dirt back in, fill it, but bring it back up? If the buffer, you talk about that, we still gonna get a buffer around it, or, I really don't think anything should go in there. But, you could put some houses in there, but you still need to fill it out. They took all that dirt out to build the road. I mean, we've been there, just like they said, we've been around there for 40 years. So, we've seen it go from dirt roads everywhere to the gravel, now in pavement, and they're getting ready to 4-lane it on in. But that's some of my questions. How are they gonna bring this up? How are they gonna block lanes off for us, even if they do come in?
If it is approved, I mean, they will have to build the berm.
Right. Well, my thing is, it's already 20 feet deep there behind the properties. So how are they gonna bring it up where it's gonna block it anymore? And we already hear the warehouses from down the road. So.
All right, thank you, Mr. Gunn. Is there anyone has any additional information?
I'm against it.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
My house is right there,
Noted.
right at Old Augusta.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us your name, please? Pat Anderson.
Pat Anderson. Yes, sir.
I know this before, somebody drew this up before it got here to y'all. I don't know if it's an engineer or whoever, there's somebody's names on that piece of paper that had the gall to draw all this up and send before y'all. Could y'all tell me who that is?
Well, it was a gentleman that was standing at the podium, but I mean, he did it by the requirements.
I'm sorry?
He did it by the requirements.
Who was that?
Mr. Wills, the guy behind you in the pink shirt.
This fellow?
Oh, yeah.
This guy here?
Mr. Wills, I mean, sir, please address the board.
I'm sorry?
Please address the board.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. God bless you.
All right, at this time, I'm gonna close public comment. I mean, Mr. Zitrower, could I get you for a couple questions?
Yes, sir.
Could you, you elaborate on there was some dirt mining that went on that
There
property?
was. So basically, this property was acquired in conjunction with the construction of Old Augusta Parkway. However, the material was found to be not really a good sand material. It had a little bit too much clay in it for a mining operation. So it was chosen not to be, fully mined. So yes, there has been some grade work. We've actually met out there with the contractor that's going to be constructing this in the conjunction. We've looked at how we would grade it out, looked at finished floor elevations. We've done a lot of homework and feel like we can comply. Feel with certainty we can comply with all the county regulations in regards to buffers and berms. We do think a lot of research has gone into this. As I mentioned, this is kind of the last piece, as I've always heard it, and going to a lot of these plans that would go to industrial. We are aware that the county is in the process of upgrading Old Augusta through a design, and that will likely go into construction in 12 months. With some other improvements, 4 lanes, some portions of it. So with all of that being said, that kind of tied into the timing of our application. Utilities have been extended in this area. And be glad to answer any other questions you may have.
Questions from the board? I know you got some.
Well, I think he addressed the ideas of the buffers. Just want to make sure that, the buffers that are the ordinance requirements are the buffers that the ordinance requirements, and
Correct.
variances won't be coming forth in a month or two after we get the zoning through the process. I think that it is because it is on the land use map, the last piece. I think holding to those buffer standards is going to be very important, assuming zoning went through. It's zoned currently R1, right?
Yes, correct.
And it's how large of a piece it is? I'm sorry.
It is R1.
114 acres.
114. So just we do the math of how many houses that could be potentially without a zoning.
Yeah, once you take out the wetlands,
228.
yeah.
With water and sewer.
200, 476, 4A, okay.
I just making sure it's clear that it's not.
So, maybe this is a question for you. So looking at the map, across Old Augusta is residential.
Yes, sir.
So the entire Old Augusta frontage would have
That is correct.
200-foot
Yes.
buffer berm combination.
150 foot with the
150 with the
20-foot
with the
berm.
20-foot
Correct.
berm.
Per the current ordinances.
Down the other side, the north side, same thing.
The north side, yes.
The Holly Lane side.
Correct. The only one that would not have the berm is the one we're looking to the south of DOT, and the reason we would not have the berm there is because that is a wetland area, kind of the way that thing drains. But the west and north sides will have the berm.
Okay. Any further questions?
And Mr. Chairman, this is a minor correction, but it is a 25-foot berm
With 150 feet.
with the 150.
Okay, yes, we're good with that.
Yep. So 216.
Right.
250 is the 300.
150 is 25.
25 feet.
There's an existing berm there. Does the land fall off? Does it fall off going down to the marsh, or is it fairly flat?
It's kind of bermed up right there naturally along the property line. I think the ordinance indicates that the berm starts at the property line and adjacent to the roadway. But the berm that is there now will have to be significantly improved to meet the buffer ordinance requirements.
But the land falls off on the other side of that berm?
Yes, correct.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's on the east side, Chad?
Correct.
Could we address lighting, like warehouse lighting?
I mean,
That's in the county ordinance and standards. We'll comply with those ordinance and standards unless there are any special stipulations.
would you like to?
This will have to come back before the board for site plan review, which is when those types of questions concerning lighting or placement of warehousing buffers, that's where that is addressed.
Any further Any further? Yes, sir.
In most cases, originally, this was all supposed to be 300-foot deep tree lines or barriers that you couldn't see all this.
Yeah, sir. If your question's that long, I'm sorry, you have to come to the microphone.
So everybody can hear you. All right. Originally, when all the warehouses started, there was a stipulation there had to be a 300-foot deep tree line. Now,
So we
where's all this
started
berm?
with a 300-foot berm, as was
300-foot natural buffer.
I mean buffer, yes,
Yeah,
buffer,
buffer.
and on some particular occasions was a berm added. Then we realized that the berm was much more effective than the buffer, so we reduced the size of the buffer and added height to the berm.
Right now, it's both. You can choose between whether you can accommodate a 300-foot undisturbed buffer. If your land is big enough and if that suffices, that's still in the ordinance. If it doesn't, okay, you can opt to get approval on your site plan for a reduction of that undisturbed acreage. It can go down to 200, it can go 250, or it can go 150. And there's a comparable berm that has to be built based on how much you diminish that undisturbed buffer. So the most that you can diminish it is 150 feet. You've got to keep 35 feet for drainage easement and things like that. But that berm has to be 25 feet with a 3-to-1 slope. Okay. And then it has to be planted with, I'm going to use the term native materials, but they have to be approved by the county in their ordinance. So it can be reduced, okay, but the 300 still exists if your property can accommodate that. That makes sense? I didn't say like it or like it. I just said it didn't make sense.
It
Yeah.
sounds like it's an option for the developer.
Exactly.
So, okay.
It is an option. I mean, the 300-foot buffer without the berm was found to be not as effective as when you added the high berm.
There were some noise studies that were done on some of the properties that were approved previously, and that 300 feet let a lot more noise through than the 150 plus the 25-foot berm. So we based the decision to change the ordinance, still keeping what was in there, based on those noise studies that we didn't have to pay for, but they were pretty effective.
I can still hear the development going on from
Sure.
where I live, and it's over on 21 inward, so, okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
What's his name again?
Sir, what was your name?
John Beecher.
John Beecher.
Where do you live, Mr. Beecher?
115 Ridgecrest Drive.
Our property is the perimeter on the old estimate is directly in front of this property.
We'll close public comment. Any discussion from the board? Comments, thoughts?
I've got concerns about it being close to the water intake, but I know that Chad Zitrauer could engineer that. And I know that if we put houses in there, there's gonna be more kids going to school and more cars on the road. I'll make a motion that we approve
Which zone?
the light industrial.
Motion for approval, is there a second?
I'll second it.
Second, Mrs. Zipper. All those in favor of approval?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Thank you. Recommendation to the commissioners. Item number 18 is a public hearing for Kern and Company LLC. Chad Zitrauer's agent for Karen Brindley request to rezone 17.77 out of 64.48 acres from AR1 to R5 to allow for residential development located on Blue Jay Road. This is the second district. Miss Chelsea.
Yes, sir. So again, the applicant is requesting to rezone the 17.77 out of 64.48 acres to R5 zoning. The access for this will be from the current R6 development, which is Blue Jay Commons, to the north of the parcel. Furthermore, there are also 2 other high-density developments near this proposed development. The future land use map does have this parcel projected to be agricultural residential. If approved, the rezoning will meet the criteria of the ordinance given the following conditions that are on your staff report.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir.
Brandon Long, Brayley Investments. It's our project. I'm here to answer any questions if there is any. It fits in with what's around it, and if there's any questions, I'll be more than happy to answer them. Thank you.
So is this a phase 2 or is this nothing to do with the?
It has nothing to do with the current development there. You will be accessing through that current development, so essentially it's like a phase two, but it's not a phase two with pertaining to the development that is there. We would be using the same entrance, but we've got access easements or emergency easements in place, along with utility easements. So there should be.
So that street through the subdivision's been turned over to?
It has been turned over to the county, yes.
The county, so.
And there's an existing platted access easement where this new access point will come through?
That is correct.
Is it gonna be right behind, is it gonna be parallel with the, railroad track there? Can you show me, Chelsea, on the?
I can't see it.
It will be, this portion right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Brandon, does that join the school property?
It does not, no, sir. You've got, the Brindleys have another piece there. We're cutting out 17, don't hold me to the exact number. Let's call it 17 acres.
17.77.
17.77 out of their 65-ish acres right there for this. And you've got that between there and the school property.
So, any plans for the addition to the rest of the property?
I asked them if they wanted to sell it, and they said not at this time.
But you're stubbing out to it, is that what I'm saying?
Correct,
Like
yes.
concept?
Yeah. They've got the, so they'll have an access easement out the back right-hand side of the proposed subdivision, along with the landowners behind them.
How many units is the first phase? They only have one access point on the McGall Road, right?
Correct.
How many units is the first phase, do you remember?
There were 2 phases. It's in the call, but I think you.
Blue Jay.
Blue Jay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm looking at the old alignment of it, yeah.
I'm not 100% sure of how many units is there. Ours is 58 being proposed.
There's more than that.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Combined, yeah.
So the second access point that's stubbed out is going to meet an emergency vehicle access point?
Yes, it's a 30-foot easement with an all-weather road going to the.
All the way out.
All the way out to Blue Jay, yes. You know, it'll have a knock box on it or whatnot, so the emergency vehicles would be able to access it.
So is that the same easement that the Kesslers would use to get to their?
No, sir, that same easement would be out the back of the subdivision where it currently is. We're actually improving that for them, as far as the way you get to it. Right, exactly. Yeah, good point. Good point. Right, yep, exactly.
All right, thank you, Mr. Long.
Yep.
Is there anyone else that wishes to speak either in favor or against this request?
As I understood, we were going to hear from Mr. Zittrower. Is that replaced with this?
Yeah, I mean,
He was battered and bruised from the one before, so I just.
No, I'm like, don't be hard on him, so, you know, if he's got anything to say, I'd like to hear that first, if y'all don't mind. But he was battered and bruised, I agree.
I can answer any questions you may have, but yeah, basically the state of Georgia for over 120 lots has adopted a code that you have to have emergency vehicle access or secondary emergency vehicle access, and that's what Mr. Long was referring to, kind of going out along that side. So we've addressed that concern on the front end. Any other details, we'd be glad to address.
that front subdivision, is that R5?
It is
It's
R6.
R6, but it was under some different zoning requirements. The lot sizes are the same, but it was a different zoning distinguishment.
Different buffer standards too.
When that development was approved for zoning, R5 did not exist yet.
Right. So I know this is rezoning, but I mean, this is planned for amenities and just like.
Yes, correct. So the initial development did not have an amenity package associated with it. We do have an amenity package associated with ours.
What will, this might be a question for staff, what will the adjacent buffers be required to the remaining AR1 properties?
You got that 15 or 25? 15 or 25?
It's 25.
It's actually 30.
Yay! 30.
The reason I brought that up is I just don't want what was submitted to be used as that's what we submitted, because I don't think that would be 30-foot buffers on those.
I'll look back at those, and you're referring just to the south, correct?
AR1.
Okay.
Wherever you touch AR1, right now, that would be the standard, and I just want to make sure we're clear, so it's not a justification for a variance in the future.
Hey, Chelsea, can you put up which property it is highlighted, please?
It is right here.
Okay, so, arrowed instead of highlighted.
Oh, it's not
Okay,
phase
thank you.
2 of that first separate development.
With amenities, and the first one does it.
Thank you, Mr. Zitrauer.
What is the amenity? A view of the railroad track?
So, thank you, Mr. Zitrauer. Would you like to speak, sir?
No, I was just saying it's directly behind the black shade
Gotcha.
area.
So is
Chelsea, can Chelsea let Chad know what the subdivision ordinance says about train tracks now?
Yes, so when it comes to the train, and I want to make sure I read this properly. So there is a buffer that is required against the railroad tracks, and I'm looking right now at the ordinance, trying to find it, but I believe it is 25 feet to the railroad tracks. So there must be a buffer there.
From the right-of-way.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll close public comment, discussion from the board.
I do have, if I can approach? Yes, sir. Greg Kessler, adjacent landowner, directly behind this property.
Are you 432-47E?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
E, you said. E, yeah, that's it. 77.73 acres directly behind.
How do you get to your property, Mr. Kessler?
Through the Blandford Commons, and then across the property that they're talking to about developing. So he mentioned improved my access. That could be debatable, but I'll go along with that for the purposes of tonight. I'm not going to oppose this tonight. I want to be clear with that, but I just want to make some points. I appreciate being recognized that we do have property back there that is otherwise landlocked. The reason it's landlocked is because Dasher Creek splits my property. And a majority of the acreage that I have, it's all in pines and down toward the creek. Of course, there's some hardwood, but it's a timber farm. And eventually, when that timber gets mature to whatever point we or some future owner possibly wants to clear that timber or thin that timber, timber trucks have to be able to get out. Equipment has to come in and out of that subdivision that currently exists and through where they're talking about developing. So if everybody's good with that, and I might could get a little bit of help on clearing cars that are parked in the road because these houses and lots don't accommodate the people that are living in these houses, then we might all be good. I would hope so, but that's going to be my challenge at some point if I live long enough to cut timber and try to get that equipment through these subdivisions. I'm assuming that this property would also be turned over for county road maintenance, and then my access is actually county road, my opinion, versus a current easement that I have across the property that the Brindley and Keener folks are, proposing to sell to them. That's all fine and good with me. But I just want to make everyone aware that I have to get in and out there for, one, my personal use of it. I hunt back there. It is subject to burn, along with help from the folks that manage that, Effingham County. And we'd manage winds and uptake and all that kind of stuff that comes with it, but it is subject to burn. I'd like to hear if there's any plan for any fencing, delineation point, if you will, with fencing at the back of the rear of this property, so that I'm not the only person to know that there's a property line. I'm concerned with the number of houses that are going to go into here. How many people just would like to walk back onto my property for casual purposes or exercise possibly, or scenery or bird watching? Like I said, I hunt back there and I have family members that hunt back there. So I'd like to know, I'm going to have it posted, my property, but I'd like to know that there's a line of demarcation that they would have to cross. I'll put a gate up, of course, where traffic could come in and out if it doesn't get cleared to a point that I can't do that. But I'd like to see something that'll give a line that everyone would know, you cross that fence or you come around this gate, you're on this private property that's marked no trespassing, no hunting, no fishing. And I'm not a bad neighbor, but I don't want a lot of bad neighbors either, because right now we do not have that. I think that's the only thing that I have. Also, you know, we just need constant access, not very often, but occasionally. I cut the road next to a ditch that the county actually has an easement for maintaining drainage. They don't maintain it for drainage. I haven't pushed that issue because I don't think it's really a flooding issue or anything, but I do cut the road that the county has the right and probably should be cutting the road, and I have done that. I don't mind doing that. I'll continue to do that. So as long as there's gonna be drainage requirements and no more water put back onto my property, I don't oppose this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kessler. Mr. Edwards?
I'll be quick. I'm not gonna oppose or whatever, but I did want to provide something to think about because we've run into this. We've got property much like his property that backs up to our own subdivision. I'm a hunter, fisherman, and if he hunts that property, we have some restrictions in the county, 300 feet minimum from housing to fire a rifle or shotgun or whatever. So the other thing is the housing that this is connecting to is, I guess, lower income homes. And my fear is the more you build this area up, the more likely his property is going to have homeless camps right up in there.
I don't think this is necessarily lower income housing next to it. I mean, there's no reason to believe that.
Okay. We know it's less expensive housing. Let's put it that way. It's less costly housing.
Which is,
I mean, comparatively speaking, yeah, to what? I mean, I don't know.
Well, we already know that with the growth that we've had in the county, and it's given the growth is going to occur. I mean, that's the only way these counties survive is to pull in growth. But we've already seen the increase in the crime. We've already seen the increased traffic resulting in some more fatalities than we typically have in this
It comes with
county.
people.
That particular area where McCall joins up with Blue Jay is known for wrecks. They've revised it and made it even worse, honestly. You've got your train tracks that are out of whack. Just some things to think about as you decide whether to approve this or not. That's really all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Anything else? Close public comment, discussion from the board.
Just to clarify real quick, the emergency access is one of the first things we're putting in because we can utilize that for construction, just like he's got the forestry equipment. We can bring our trucks in there to build a subdivision. That'll be in place. We have no issue with a demarcation fence. There will be a, buffer back there per the ordinances, so we can put a demarcation fence along that. Thank you.
so this is completely out of my purview for y'all to negotiate, but it sure would make sense to allow an easement for him to future timber off of that as opposed to coming through the neighborhood.
That's my point with the construction road we're building first. We have no issue with him utilizing that.
100%. Discussion.
I mean, when I saw it come through, I was waiting to hear from the adjacent neighborhood that,
Right.
I guess they realized that affordable housing is important, so they didn't come out against it.
Anyone else? Call for a motion.
I make a motion to approve with staff recommendations.
I'll second.
Motion for approval and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Yes, sir. 9:30. Let's take a short break.
Yeah, like
Hey, what, sir?
till next
We
month.
might talk. We'll take a short recess. What are you here for? Right here. Call this meeting back to order. All right, y'all listen fast, because I'm gonna talk fast. Ordinance, let's see, where are we at?
It'll go quick.
Number we on? 20?
We're on,
20?
number 19.
19?
Yep. We're consideration for, commercial
Consideration of an
corridor.
amendment to the Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Official Code, Chapter 54, Section 54-3, Commercial Corridor. So I'll just tell everyone that's still here, I mean, we went through these in the workshop, so, I mean, we have a very good handle on them. By all means, anyone can speak, ask any questions. We'll let Steve basically hit the high points, and if there's no questions, we're gonna move on.
No question. I don't have any.
You know, good. Explanation of commercial corridor.
So, like you said, on the future land use map, there are certain areas that we now have designated as corridor districts. They have extra standards to them, architectural, landscaping, setbacks, things like that. And so that's what we're trying to implement in these areas before they become developed. So it's along 21 north, 21 south, parts of Hodgeville and Effingham Parkway.
Thank you.
I will
Discussion
say
from,
that Mr. Thompson has promised to send me his suggestions, which fit in with the intent that we want the ordinance to be.
yes, sir, Mr. Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do whatever the board was. I mean, I would like to see them come back through with tweaks that we can then vote on, but if the board feels comfortable enough that we'll address the comments that we had during the pre-meeting, whatever. I mean, I'm not gonna fall my sword either way for it, but, you know, they're just, even to the question of commercial corridor, but it is just a corridor overlay district. It's not all about commercial, right? So that's.
What was the, injection that we talked about Hodgeville being in that corridor? It wasn't in that corridor, was it? It wasn't shown.
So it's not mapped. You didn't see it on the map.
Right.
And it didn't have a number 1, number 2, number 3, where each of those had a different standard. I know they exist because I've seen them, and they'll just have to be in there.
And I'm gonna still stand on my opinion that Hodgeville does not need to be in it.
I'm going to bring that up at the commissioner level, and point that out that I think the majority of you don't think that Hodgeville needs to be in it.
Well, I'll say I do.
Yep.
But it's not as the commercial corridor, it's as a corridor overlay. Hodgeville is very important, Blue Jay is very important, there's
Right.
a bunch of very important roads.
Right.
So if there was the appropriate standard, I think there could be, the nomenclature of commercial corridor overlay district likely isn't appropriate in my opinion. But if it's just a corridor overlay, that's a different story.
That has residential standards already in it, as you've seen.
Understood. I don't disagree with that. All right, any further discussion?
Do we make motions on?
Anyone else want to speak on it? Yeah, we're going, it's time to make a motion.
Make a motion that we approve the corrections and accept the map.
All right, so we have a motion for approval, discussion. I mean, I guess your motion is that you're approving it with the changes that were discussed earlier.
And that will be sent to me,
Yes.
including the addition
Brad
of.
Thompson's
Yes.
addendums.
I mean, just so we clarify, they're just my notes, so they're not like, okay.
I'll make
Okay.
them in a sentence.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion to approve, and is there a second?
Second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried by all. Item 20, consideration of approval to adopt the official code of Georgia rules and regulations for body art. Steve? Give me to do it.
So, Mr. Chair, these were presented by Department of Public Health. They are the ones that are asking for this to be adopted. They are the ones that are going to do the enforcement. They're the ones that are going to do the review, and they're the ones that are going to collect a fee for it. This isn't approved by the Effingham County Board of Health. It's a state requirement, and so we're just bringing it to you to get it on our books.
All right. Discussion? Questions, comments from anyone else? Call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion for approval and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Number we on now?
21.
21.
Consideration of an amendment to the Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Official Code, Chapter 38, Health and Sanitation, Sections 38.1 and 38.2.
Mr. Chair, these two sections have addressed body art and piercing and tattooing previously to the passage of the state required law. And so we're just removing them from the ordinance so there's not a conflict with what we just adopted.
That's correct, yeah.
Discussion? Anyone else wish to speak? Call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion for approval. Is there a second?
I second it.
Second, Mr. Zipper. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Consideration of an amendment to the Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Official Code, Appendix C, Article 5, Section 5.8.6. This is R6 Single Family Residential District.
Mr. Chair, we've had several instances where an R6 has not met the criteria, and we've had to meet we had to ask for a variance from this. We feel like this is a solution, bringing the lot size for minimum frontage down to 50. We do that for R5 now. There are still some R6s that are on the books, but it won't be, overall, it won't be much effect on that. And it is an expired or retired.
That
zoning
affected
district.
the cul-de-sac lots.
Yes.
But it will affect all in general now, right? I mean, the minimum lot standard is now 50.
What's left?
Or
yeah.
would be. Can I ask a point of clarification I didn't ask in the pre-meeting? The red strike-throughs, is everything going away in what we're looking at? Because there are, like, there would still need to be a building height definition, our standard, right, for that district.
So what you saw there was also rewriting the zoning district ordinances. So that's what you see. All you're really doing is changing that 50 feet. That strike through is not part of that. That's part of another thing that you'll see soon.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to make sure we weren't.
Yeah.
All the other standards.
Anyone else wish to speak? Call for a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve.
A second.
Motion for approval and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. There you go, guys. It's a long wait.
Thanks, guys.
Ordinance revision, consideration of an amendment to the Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Official Code, Appendix C, Article 4, 4.2 zoning map. Mr. Steve.
Mr. Chair, so what you have here is 4.2 of Article 4, Appendix C, is a description of the zoning map. And then you also have a further description of how the zoning map is defined and what's the criteria for it. So that's what this section of the ordinance was written by the attorney. And so he's requesting that we adopt this section.
And this was the updated zoning map.
Yes, and the updated ordinance to define the zoning map, correct.
Is this replacing something, or it never existed? Like, there's no strike-throughs is all I was asking, like it's.
There's a little bit of strike through, but it's not a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. It's much more robust and better legally explaining what the zoning map is and the function
And it
behind
had a
it.
legend.
Huh?
And it contained a legend.
Yes, yes. Not the legend, but a legend.
Which it hadn't had before.
Correct.
We pay attention.
Thank you. I don't. Okay. Think I make a motion on that?
Motion to approve.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Is there a second? Mr. Zipper, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. So that was the zoning map, 24. Consideration of an amendment to adopt the official zoning map of Effingham County, Georgia.
So this is the official map that you saw presented to us before that was created by the Geographic Information System. There are a few properties on there that you'll see that are hashed that we're still researching, but 99% of it is correct. And that will bring you up to date to about a week ago.
And just for the community benefit, this map will be adopted as zonings happen.
We're
So they'll
gonna
constantly be coming to us.
Right. So
Yeah.
what's going to happen is probably at the end of a cycle, so let's call a month a cycle of 2 commissioner meetings. We'll bring back the map the next time and make sure they're aware of it. We will change it while it happens, but we'll go ahead and have them come
So
back.
it updates on the fly? If somebody comes in?
Updated on the fly, but we still got to get it approved by the legislative body.
This is
24.
24, yeah.
Any further discussion? Anyone else wish to speak? Call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
I'll second. Oh,
Second, Mr. motion to approve from Mr. Zipper. Second from Mr. Higgins. All those in favor?
aye.
Any opposed? Motion carried by all. Consideration of amendment to the Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Official Code, Appendix C, Article 7, Planning Board.
Oh, yeah.
So, Mr. Chair, what you have here is a request to change the way the process is done as far as the appointments.
I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Change the way the process is done as far as appointments. You see on that first page, how the clerk to the board is appointed, and then also the responsibilities of the planning board and the responsibilities of the county commissioners and how they've changed at their request.
I vote that you disband the zoning board
That is not an option.
Second.
forever.
Approved.
Does anyone else wish to speak? Call for a motion.
Motion to approve.
Motion for approval. Is there a second? Second, Mr. Smith.
Second.
All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carried by all. No way. Consideration of amendment to the Code of Ordinances, Part 2, Official Code, Appendix C, Article 3-3.15A, Residential Business. Mr. Steve.
We're just striking the word planning board and putting in the word board of commissioners, because you guys are the one that exclusively handle residential business. It's now just going to be the county commissioners. By the way, your Mr. Higgins, your pay rate will not be affected.
So, the residential businesses used to end, that was the only power we had. That was our one little power, is we actually got the rule on a residential business, and it didn't go any further. Yep. And you took it from us.
Yep.
Yes, that's
You
correct.
rotten bum.
But we're rewriting the residential rule and home business occupation. You don't know what'll happen next.
Anyone
Don't
else?
give it to us.
Okay. You want to
We have
vote on that too?
No,
Okay.
no comment.
No comment? Okay.
You know that's not true.
We're getting slap happy.
He would like to comment on that.
Yes, sir.
I'm impressed with y'all's commitment. I mean, give it to them. I mean, now.
Yeah. They've
not
been here
committed.
since 4 o'clock.
Yeah, we got here at
You
4
want to
o'clock.
join up? There's going to be some
AM.
openings.
Yes, sure are.
I want some spare ribs and rice tonight, but I ain't getting it. Impressed.
Anyone else got anything
Did we
or
approve
wish to
that?
speak on this item?
Did we approve that? Make a motion.
Call for a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
No second.
Motion for approval. Second, Mr. Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank
Motion
you.
carried by all. Thank you, Mr. Steve. Any
Just to
further
let you
bit-
know,
any-
we still have the zoning classifications that still have to come before. I don't know if it'll be next month or not, but if it is, then you'll see those. That's the biggest rewrite that we got going on so far.
Any
Can I
chance we could
adjourn the
get,
meeting so she doesn't have to take all these notes?
Yeah.
Would that be okay?
All right, yeah.
Meeting adjourned.
Any what?
any chance